All right. All right. Welcome. I am going to turn my music down because I cannot hear myself think. Oi. It turns out I wasn't thinking. I got another stream. So obviously my basement is done, and I'm looking to move on to something else here. So, I was thinking, right now my kids are at school. I dropped them off this morning. My wife is at school. She's teaching, and, I am left at home to my own devices. And I thought, you know what? I could sit in front of my PlayStation or in front of Stadia and have the whole day to game to myself, which is something I haven't had in a long time. Or I could be productive. Man, it was a tough call, but I decided I was going to be productive. So I'm going to be teaching a new group of students character modeling this semester, starting on Monday. And as I always do, I make a character along with these students to try and help them keep pace, but also I need something to show them. It's how you teach, is by doing. And so I gotta make me a new character, and I after making my Cabin in the Woods project, and the thought of what that kind of game was going to be all about. What's up, Benny? Levi, I see you there too. How you doing, fellas? So I thought I would work on a new character, something purely just for fun. Not anything for a game, not anything for a project, not anything for any reason, but just for the love of making a character. I'm also going to be doing something I have never done before. This was something that I was told very early on in learning to 3D model, and it's something that I've shied away from. And I'm going to be breaking one of my own rules today. When I first started learning how to 3D model, an instructor of mine told me to stay away from really big franchises like Star Wars, because the assets you see in a Star Wars film or TV show or what have you are all made by professionals that have been doing this for a while, and their stuff's always going to look better than yours. That's why they are the ones working on this show or movie or what have you. And in terms, I'm a Star Wars junkie. I have Star Wars loot all over the room. I know you can only see me right now on a microphone here, but I mean, even in arm's reach, we've got IG-88 sitting here. I have Star Wars crap everywhere. I'm a very big Star Wars junkie. It has been a major part of my upbringing, being into that franchise. And I've never, ever modeled anything from Star Wars. And so, I'm going to break that. I'm going to start doing that today. Something occurred to me when I was thinking of, what the hell would I model? What the hell would I make that's for me? Something that I love. And Star Wars is obviously the go-to. And so, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a character, and I'm going to make a character from Star Wars. And right now, the thing that's got me captivated is, let me even show you this. So I'm going to boot up a little bit of a Stadia stream here to show you something, and why this occurred to me, that I should be doing this here. I'm going to boot up Ghost Recon for a second. I've been playing Ghost Recon a little bit as of late, and it's a pretty fun game. But it's I've really just been playing it as kind of something to do. So, in this game, you have the ability of changing up your gear, putting on different equipment, taking off different equipment. There's all kinds of things. You can very much customize what your character looks like. 30 different kinds of headgear, hats and helmets and berets and all these different things that you can wear. Some of it futuristic, some of it modern, some of it, old school. There's stuff from all over the place, and after playing the game for quite some time, I ended up unlocking a bunch of the gear, and I unlocked an outfit that made me, I looked at it, this is what made me think, oh man, would that be fucking cool. And that's what I decided I was going to do. So yeah, Patriot. I'm just going to boot up my character here and I'll show you. So I've got this gear on my character. Hey, Christian. What's up, pal? I've got this gear on my character, and I don't know, I'm playing late at night or something like that. And I just envisioned this character as being something else. And I thought, oh my God, that would be really, really cool if that actually was what I was playing, what was in my head. And I thought, oh, okay, then that's what I'm going to make. And so I'm going to jump into working on this character. So here's my character and the gear that character wears in the game, which is kind of just this, military kind of garb and stuff. But it's this helmet that the character's wearing and the color of it that made me think, oh man, I'm a bird. I should make the Mandalorian. Stupid birds. I saw this helmet and the color of it, and it just made me think of the Mandalorian, especially with the way the character runs. It made me, and the giant sniper rifle on the back didn't hurt either. But it felt kind of Mandalorian to me, and I thought, oh man, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the Mandalorian. And so that was where the idea came from, to make Mando. And so I gathered a little bit of reference. I haven't got a lot here. I've got a new folder I've created called Mando. And I grabbed some reference that I could find. Here's an action figure or a statuette of the character and the child, which I whether or not I do the child is down the road. It's just Mando that I'm interested in myself. And this is end of season 2. He obviously changes all throughout the show as he replaces and upgrades his armor along the way. But this is kind of the look of the character at the end of season 2. And so I've kind of got this as a base for what I'm going to be doing. I also found a cosplayer sells a version of the helmet. And that to me was pretty cool too, because I can see all of the detail on here, which again was a pretty quick and easy way to be able to see what this guy looks like. I've been looking at a lot of images of him too, trying to see what's different between his helmet and that of, say, Boba Fett or Jango Fett or any of the other Mandalorian armor that we've seen in the Star Wars universe. And there are some really crucial things. There are some really, really big things that are different. And so it is going to be rather important I kind of get this right. But anyway, those images, and they look rather small on my monitor here. But I'm running 4K, so these are actually fairly good size. And yeah, Benny, you nailed it on the head, man. Because this is something that somebody sells. They've got really good photos of it, and I can actually see kind of how rounded some of these areas are and how much cornering is in some of these areas. And from what I've been looking at from stills from the show and this image, it actually looks like it's pretty on the mark, which is cool. It's got a lot of really, really nice details. Including the coloring. It's just absolutely beautiful. This kind of dark chrome, nickel-plated, pewter-looking thing. It's just, it's really, really well done. And so I figured that's what I would do. And seeing as I had the time and the house to myself this morning, I thought, you know what, I'm gonna model some of this. Because I'm not actually in class right now and actually not doing any part of the character stuff for class, I figured what I would work on is stuff that is irrelevant to the character class itself. So I'm not going to go through and do the anatomy. I'm not going to do the human being. I'm not going to be doing the marvelous designery bits right now. But what I'm going to do is a lot of the hard surface stuff on him, because that's stuff that by the time students get into my third year course, they've already got a really good handle on, and that gives me the ability to do that without having to demo it for the students. Now, I will still show them a couple of hard surface assets in order for them to kind of get familiar with the way that I do things. I mean, every artist has a different way of working with this stuff. And so I thought what I would do is try and knock out as much of the armor for this guy as I could, and get it to a point where I'm just really worried about the fella and the clothing, which will relate a lot closer to what the students are doing. Now, one of the things that is, hey Yash, well, welcome, pal. So one of the other things that is going to help me out here with this is that I do have a 12-inch not Mandalorian. I've got Boba Fett as a 12-inch character. I've got this fella here too. I showed him a little earlier. This is IG-88, who is similar to IG-11 that's in the show. And this is about the scale of my... he's actually quite a bit taller. But this is the scale of the Boba Fett that I've got. And so while Boba Fett and the Mando are quite different in appearance, on a kind of a small scale, I guess, the details are different, but overall, like, they look pretty similar. It'll give me a good sense of reference and things to look at. One of the things that's really, really cool is that, like, all of these little details, the shells on his leg, Boba Fett has those as well. And I've actually been able to find, going through some cosplay forums and things like that, the undergarment that they used when they made the Boba Fett costume. So all of that is going to be super useful in the creation of this character. And so that is what I'm going to be plugging away on. Because of the popularity with this fellow as well, one of the things that's really, really nice, I just went and Googled here the Mandalorian chest armor, and you can see, like, there's tons and tons and tons of reference of this, from stuff that's meant to look similar in design without being exactly accurate, stuff that's meant to be a lot more accurate, screen grabs with people doing 3D versions of this for printing. Again, this guy's using or gal is using an image from the show. And so, yeah, like, it's actually, there's enough reference of this around that it actually becomes fairly easy to build. You'll even find there's a ton of people doing female Mandalorian armor, which I guess is a thing too. I always found it silly that armor has breasts. That never made a lot of sense to me, but this is kind of what I'm looking at. So I'm going to kind of go through and try and do some of the hard surface stuff in 3ds Max here. I'm going to try to model it to scale as well so that I get it the way that I want. I don't know, Jeffy. I might make a Baby Yoda. It's going to be down the road if I do. I definitely want this because it's going to be used for the character course, and so we do human beings in that course, or things that are more bipedal and more human in nature. That is something down the road. It definitely would be. I would love to do, something like this with the child in the little pod, the little egg pod. I think that would be pretty fun too. The only reason I'm kind of shying away from Baby Yoda right now, again, not because of the course, but also because everybody and their dog made a Baby Yoda when the show first aired. And I imagine there's going to be a spike in popularity in that character once again when the show comes back, in whatever form that it does. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention or not, but I guess Pedro Pascal, who is the actor who plays about a third of the time plays the Mando, has been I guess in dispute with Disney, and it sounds like he may not come back. But like I said, he's only actually the Mandalorian a third of the time. The other 2/3, he's played by a martial artist, and a firearms expert. And so whenever you see a gunfight, it's actually not Pedro Pascal in the suit anymore. But it's this person who actually is a professional firearms expert. And then when you see him doing his hand-to-hand combat stuff, that's then the martial artist who's in there. This ensures that whenever you get the character in the show, in a firefight, they're operating the firearms in a far more believable way and whatnot. If you've got Disney Plus, there's an entire the making of the Mandalorian feature that they released with the show that is fascinating. It's absolutely beautiful how much work they put into the show and how much effort has gone into making it work. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start off with this helmet because it's probably the coolest piece. Hey, Ted. We're shaking, brother. And yeah, so I've got these images here. Now, these images are not perfect to work from inside of 3ds Max. Only because they are images that were taken in perspective. And they're photographs of an actual object, right? And that's kind of how perspective works. And perspective is a funky thing to work with if you're not prepared, if you're not ready for it. It can be really funny, and that's because the camera lens at the end of the lens at the end of the camera, the glass that's there, depending on the thickness of that lens or what kind of lens you're using, how thick it is in millimeters, that can very much change what things look like. And it's really, really important to take stock of that, because you can model something. You can model something in that view, working from an object that was taken, a photograph that was taken in perspective, and you could be working in orthographic, and then you swap to perspective, and things are warped and disjointed. An artist by the name of Eugene Falcon, who is a character artist, at one point in time, I believe he was at. I'm not mistaken, I believe he was at UB at one point. But anyway, he's a fantastic character artist. And he actually posted an image to LinkedIn. I'm going to see if I can find it. It was a very great photograph. That showed the difference between a perspective viewport and or just the two different lenses on a camera, and how they can greatly affect excuse me, how they can greatly affect what the reference image looks like. I'm going to see if I can find it. I'm just scrolling through my LinkedIn here. It was a while ago that I got his post, and he actually comments on a lot of things, and so may take me a moment here. But essentially, it shows the difference between a couple of different lenses, and how that effect of using one camera, two different lenses, can very much skew what your subject looks like. and how that can be, you know, it's definitely something you've got to take into account when you're modeling, especially if you're going to be trying to use photographs in a one-to-one kind of reference manner. Okay, I may not find this. He's a very active individual on LinkedIn and has posted and commented on almost everything character related. Let me see if maybe I can do a search through this activity. I cannot. But anyway, it is something that is very important to take into account. You know, how a camera lens can affect things. Now, without knowing what the individual who took these photos of the reference helmet here, without knowing what kind of lens they used or whatnot, I can't do any kind of correction to get rid of it. I have been able to correct in Photoshop lens distortion. Photoshop's actually got a really, really nice set of filters with which you can do this. And they clear everything up and make everything kind of one-to-one. I'll show you an example where I've done this here in the past. So working on my roller derby project, which would have been called Jammers. There it is there. The Derby Shop reference. So what I found were a series of photographs like this of a roller skating derby shop, and you can see all the gear and everything on the wall and the shelves and everything. And I thought, instead of just using this as a reference and designing my own shop, I thought what I would do is, excuse me, I would actually reproduce this shop. I would use its layout as the shop in my game. I thought that would be a really, really fun thing to do. The problem that I had was that there's obviously a fisheye lens on here, right? You can see this kind of distortion in the perspective. And using Photoshop, you can see that I was able to correct this. So Photoshop is then able to unfisheye things because a fisheye lens does things in a predictable way because of the way that the distortion happens. It means that you can correct things. So if you look at the original image and you look at this piece of trim that arcs around the ceiling here like this, and then the corrected image, you can see that it's now a perfectly straight line going across the room. And this made it a lot easier for me to reproduce this kind of one-to-one when I was working on this. And so everything in the original image that is all skewed, I mean, even these tiles on the ground here, you can see there is fisheyeing in that, and then they become perfectly straight. And I did this with a whole series of images where, you know, even here, where it's very, very minor. I mean, you look at a lot of this stuff and it looks fairly straight, but there's still a little bit of arcing here. And you can see it right here on the side of this wall. Like there's a very clear arc there. The correction, again, perfectly straight lines now. And so there are ways of kind of correcting that inside of Photoshop, but without enough information about what lens was used here, and I don't have anything as a frame of reference. Like if this photograph was taken on a grid or some kind of a table or something where there were lines in it that I could use, that I know this line should be straight, I could correct the image to use it that way, but it's just not going to work. And so that's that. Now, I'm not going to worry about modeling the helmet to scale. And the reason I'm not going to worry about that is that the helmet, I can just scale it to fit the character once he's built. The rest of the armor I'm probably going to want to build on a human being, so I get a frame of reference in terms of like how big the chest should be and that kind of thing. But yeah, we're going to start off. I only actually really need 3 of these 5 images here. I don't need the 2 3/4 ones. So the 3/4 from the back and the 3/4 from the front, they're pretty useless to me. I mean, they're useful for me to see kind of some of the details and stuff, but to model from, they're kind of not all that useful. I want to see if all these images are the same size, because that'll help me out a lot too. So 1140, 1140. Let's check this one. and 1140, 1140. So it looks like they're all going to be 1140. So that's going to make my life a lot simpler. So I'm going to start off by making a plane, and I'll make it 114, like so. Remember that this is, in Max here, we've got this calibrated to be units equals centimeters. So that means that I obviously don't want to make a helmet that is 1,140 centimeters. That is mental. So I just took a 0 off the end of that, right? 1140 becomes 114. That's still, this plane is still a little over a meter across. So this is a big ass helmet. But it'll work a little bit better in terms of how I'm going to be doing this. Now, when you model, again, that is a super important thing to make sure. So if we go to customize and we go to our unit setup, this is one of the biggest mistakes I see everybody modeling in 3ds Max that they do, is that they go and switch this to metric, and they're like, there we go, I'm in centimeters now, everything's going to work. All this does, this is just your display. It has nothing to do with how big things are in Max. All this is going to do is put a little CM after every number. It doesn't actually change the scale. I keep this in generic so that I don't have to deal with inches or meters or centimeters in the numbers. They're just numbers. I know all the numbers are centimeters. I don't need CM written there to tell me. What I actually want to do is I actually want to go into the system unit setup. And here I can see that 1 unit is a centimeter. That is what's going to actually change the scale in Max. And so it's really, really important that you check that. We're going to go and throw the front on here. And I'm going to bring, actually, I'm going to leave this here for now. Let's see what else we've got. Actually, I don't have to do that. Let's convert this to an editable poly. I'm going to go to polygon mode here, and I'm going to shift this back. And that's just going to keep my pivot here at the origin while the helmet reference goes back. I want to look at the mask here to see if I'm looking at the left or the right, and it looks like I'm looking at his left. So this has to go to the 90 there. I'll make this a copy, and we'll go into our materials, and we'll put the left on there. And I've got the back as well, but I'm going to leave that off for now, only because if I put the back on, we're going to just see this anyway. Now, there are ways of fixing that. You can tell Max not to do that, and you can also, if you go and select the material here, what this is made out of, and you turn on the real-time display for this, that can often also help it work. It's not doing it in this version, so that's a thing. I'm going to go make sure that my viewports are configured correctly here. This is Max 2020, and I don't know. It's not. And so I'm going to go reconfigure these here. Like that. Apply and OK. Just to make sure I'm getting the full resolution out of these images. Now, I have seen people, too, when they set up reference images, will make a copy of their color and just put it into the glow or the self-illumination color. And the reason that they do that is that the lighting then doesn't affect that image. So you don't get any of this happening where the image gets darker from an angle. But since I really only look at these things straight on, I don't really need that. And so I'm not going to bother with it. The next thing I want to do is try and get these images here to be lined up with the grid a little bit more. So you can see the helmet. While the photograph was kind of taken from straight on, the image actually isn't centered in inside of the viewport. And so I'm going to shift it over a little bit to get to the point where it is where I want it to be. And that's going to be important to me. Come on, you. And that's just going to help me with my symmetry. And again, you can see the helmet is actually angled a little bit, right? These lines, which should be 100% straight, are not. And so, again, we're going to be using this as kind of a rough average position and not, you know, gospel. Now, the other thing that I need to do is I need to make sure that where the bottom of the helmet is here lines up with the bottom of the helmet here, and that the top here lines up with the top here. Now, this is where perspective is going to kind of be a little bit of an issue. So I'm going to use the right view, and I'm going to go and create a couple of dummies. And what I'm going to do is the bottom of the top dummy, I'll just line up with the top of the helmet. And I'll put the top of the bottom dummy at the front bottom of the helmet. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow me to scale this thing and line it up in a way that matches. So you can see here that if I look at the helmet now, it's off. And so I need that to line up. And the top two you can see is off, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult to model this thing. So I'm going to move the helmet up a little bit, and I'm going to need to scale it a little bit. Instead of using the scale tool here, I'm just going to use this guy because he gives me a very fine level of increment. Something like that. Okay. I'm digging it. So I'm just going to go and delete those dummies now. And now that I've got these things lined up and good to use as reference, we're going to make sure that it's an editable poly. I'm going to attach the two together. Sure, that's fine. And then I'm going to go to their object properties, freeze them, and not in gray so that I can't select them anymore. They're kind of locked in now into that area. Cool. Now, the next thing I want to do is kind of analyze what I need to make and how that thing is going to be constructed. So let's kind of analyze the shape here a little bit. I'm going to show you what is going on inside my brain here as I start to do this. Where's my epic pen? There you are. So, oh, I'm done made two of them. There we go. So the first thing that I'm seeing when I look at this, let's go in yellow, is that the face is a very clearly separate mesh. In fact, the ear, go to pink here, the ear is a separate mesh, which can be used as a separator. And then the entirety of the face is a mesh. We've also got the lens, which is going to be a separate mesh as well. We've also got, in the form of the mohawk, we've got another separation that happens here with the sides being separate pieces, right? No, this is not for school, Christian. I'm just making something for fun, man. And so that gives me a side piece. It gives me a face piece, which is going to be all of this. The lens, which is obviously going to be all in here. And the ear, which is going to be all in here. And even that ear is going to get broken up into smaller pieces. The reason that I want to do this, the reason that I want to split this up in this way, and also there is the mohawk itself, which is up top here. So the reason that I want to keep these in mind as separate individual pieces is that if I were to model this, and this is kind of the way that I would see a student try to approach doing this, is that they would probably start with a sphere, you know, with this kind of topology, and then they would take this and they would extrude it out like this, and then they would start to try and model it. But what you're going to end up with is really ugly topology in this green shell, and none of these edges or lines are going to do anything to help you make this piece. And so doesn't really make a lot of sense to try and do it in that way. It makes a lot more sense to try and model this out of the shapes that will then become these individual pieces. That's kind of the juices scrolling around in my brain here when I see this kind of stuff. That's kind of where my thought process is. Now, in order to make that main helmet, I'm going to do the entire helmet as one mesh, but I'm then going to make sure that I have topology in this area that I can cut out in order to help make the just the kind of rear dome of this thing. So, some actual modeling now. Let's go and make a cube. And let's go to the front view here. I'll make this an edible poly, reset its X form so my things line up here. And put that there. And we'll put that there. I'm just looking at this stuff. Again, I'm going to run it right to the center line because I do want it to be under the mohawk. And then we'll bring this down to the front. And we'll go to our side view once again. And I am going to build in this, but not quite yet. In fact, one of the things that I want to do here with this, I'm going to move things around a little bit again, is I actually want to think of this as an egg with an extrusion that does that. Because that, again, is going to help me get the shape with the topology. So instead of moving these down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use where the eye line in is as the halfway point. And I'll try and get this to be about here. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a connection here and here. And in the front, a symmetry. And then what we'll do is throw a turbo smooth on this. And before I actually get the topology to be huge, and you can see my center line is really, really, really going to help me out with where the brow is and where the ear is. And so that's kind of why I'm doing it in this way. So I'm going to go into my vertices now, and we're going to manipulate these to get the shape to be a little bit more accurate. Now, I'm not looking at the vertex here, or the vertex here. I'm actually looking at the geometry. I'm looking at the end result of where the topology is going. So this is called sub-D modeling, or subdivision modeling. And it's a really quick and easy way to be able to get shapes to work the way you want them to without a lot of effort. And so I'm going to bring this down here. And that's not too bad. I'm going to go to the turbo smooth and I'm going to go up a subdivision. I'll go back into my vertices here. And again, we're going to try and line these guys up. Like so. I need to bring this one forward in order to get the ridge of the brow to end up in the right place. That one's not too bad. This one's going to come in. So again, I'm getting this kind of continual arc here, and this really does need to be straight down. And you can see why I want to have it there. When you delete it, this thing flares up like an old World War I helmet. And that's not what I want. I want to try and get the shape to work. Now, what I'm going to do, I need to make sure that the geometry works at the edge of this line. And that's because I'm going to delete what's below and readjust to make it fit. So that's not too bad. I'm going to go to the turbo smooth and go up one more. And just make sure that it's holding tight. It looks like it is. So let's go into the front view. I'm going to go back down one here. And we're going to go to this. And again, I'm pleased with where that edge is. It's these ones that need to come down and in. Now, this is going to be a lot harder to get correct. And so I'm going to go and put another connection here. Again, I'm going to ignore this entire side. It's really just this side I want to get right. I'm going to move these up to get them in the right place. In fact, I'm going to move these up a little bit more too. Bring this in and out. We're going to, with vertices selected, just grab the middle here, and I'm going to symmetry again, and I'll just bring that back down. Okay, we'll go back to the side view. I'm going to go to the top view, and you can see the top view is still really square, but I'm getting the shape in the other two views. And so in the top view, we're going to go back and back. And then same thing with these ones. We're going to go forward and forward until I get that really nice curvature. Again, I'll grab the halfway point here and do another symmetry. And I'm going to leave that symmetry there for the time being. I need to delete this so that I can concentrate on what I'm seeing. So I want to get this rounded shape to work the way that it's supposed to here. So that's going to be these guys coming in. And these two can come in a little bit. It's going to pinch the forehead up a little bit. So we're going to move them back up. And I think I'm going to bring this all out. There. Okay. Meets the eye. Out here and out here. Again, all of this bottom stuff is being ignored. I don't care about any of this. It's just where that line is. This line right here. That's where my geometry is going to get cut, and then I'll extrude it straight down. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to isolate it and turn off my wireframe, because this is going to give me a much better sense of the shape. So I can see there's a weird wobble right here. You can actually see it in the lighting, right? You can see that there's a clear edge here and a clear edge here. And so in between them, right there, there's a flat spot. And that's what I want to avoid. So the flat spots occur when you don't get the curvature between two edges exactly right. And so to fix that, I'm going to try and use my set flow. This is in the ribbon modeling tools here, and it's going to be under modeling, and it's right here, set flow. And what that does is it tries to contain the curvature, or have the curvature remain consistent. Now, it doesn't always work, and you can see in an area like this, and actually trying to bring it down on me is not where I want it. Again, I can see this very clearly as distorting my shape, but as long as I get that curvature correct, it shouldn't matter. Down again. These ones down again. Now I can always also bring this into ZBrush and try and get a little bit of a better shape there. So if I look at the reflections here in the front now, I can see that that dip is mostly gone in the front. It does come back on the side. There does appear to be a little bit of a flat spot on the side. So that flat spot is being caused by the difference between these vertices on the edge here and the ones here not quite lining up. And so if I bring these in, that rounding will kind of fix itself. And again, that's going to get extruded down, so I'm not overly worried about it. These two, I think, as well. I'm just looking at that dip that happens here, and that shouldn't be there. I'm going to bring these in. They should be there. That looks a little better. Let's see what that looks like. Again, one of the reasons that I'm really concerned about the curvature of this thing, and that I want it to be correct, is that this is a crazy shiny helmet, right? And you can actually see just how reflective the helmet is. And if I don't get that right, if I don't get that curvature right, these reflections, almost like the ones we're seeing here in my helmet. In fact, we can go and let's go play around with the material here. Let's throw material on this guy. I'm going to use a diffuse color from this. Let's eyedropper somewhere in a medium gray. That's about here. It's okay. And then I'm going to go to the specular color. And we'll eyedropper that from here and say, okay. And I'll bring up the specular level and the glossiness until it about matches that one. Again, it's not really, not really a material, but it'll give us a little bit of a better sense of how accurate we are. And so I want to avoid that kind of wobble that it gets. It should always be a little ball, the hot spot. And so you can see when I get here, a little ball becomes quite large, indicating to me that this is a big flat area. And so that's what I would like to avoid if I can. So I'm going to take these guys. Let's turn on the edge constraint because I am liking where things are at the moment that way. It's a little better. Okay. I'm going to say that that's good enough. And anything beyond that, when I make my high poly, I'll be able to clean up. So I'm going to convert this to an editable poly. And now I'm going to go and delete that which is not needed. And we're going to go and line up this row here. Hey, Shin. What's up, brother? We'll bring this down. Actually, I'm going to bring it all the way down. And it looks like it's slanted forward. And so I'm going to move it forward here. And it looks like it covers both the front and the back angle correctly. Now, in order to get this long sweeping curve, I'm going to cut that in separately because it'll work better that way. The next thing that I want to do is add another edge here. Like so. And that's because I need one to be a little bit closer to where this is going to go. I want a little bit of overlap because I want the helmet to go underneath the faceplate, but I want that there. Again, I don't quite have geometry here where I want it to be. It would be nice if I had a center edge that ran through the center of the earpiece. Again, I want a little bit of overlap. So if you kind of think of what that means, if I get rid of this, you can see where that earpiece is going to go, covering up that part of the mesh. That looks like it's going to work just fine. Now, instead of cutting this piece off, or instead of deleting it, I'm going to detach it, and we'll call that faceplate. That's going to give me a mesh that I can use to start building the face. Oh goodness. My wife just sent me a text that made no sense to me at first. The text said 2:13. And I was like, what's that supposed to mean? Like, I don't have to pick up the kids till 10 after 3. What the hell's 2:13? That is the spike in cases, COVID cases in Ontario today. Yesterday's numbers, 213. That is the highest it's been since late June. So this whole back to school thing, probably a mistake. So I'm going to go and grab some of these edges here. So you can see I've got some large gaps, a small gap, and a medium gap. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit Control S. That's my shortcut for spacing my loops. That's in here in the Loop Tools space. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to reorient these edges. We're going to hit the ring button and go through and just get these things to be a little bit cleaner. Doesn't really matter too much if I go above. And then I'm going to do the same thing here from the front. And I'm just making sure I'm going past the halfway point. Because again, I can grab an edge and put a symmetry modifier on it. This is kind of a shortcut that I use for those of you that are Max users that are unaware of this. If you select an element from your model, say a vertex like this, and you put symmetry on, it places the mirror of symmetry where your selection is, which is super useful. I use that a lot. Instead of taking off my vertex selection, putting the symmetry on and collapsing it down, I find that a little bit easier to work with. Okay, so the only reason I got the face connected again is what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to adjust this curve before I do anything else. And that's a real easy process to do. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a spline. I'm going to make a cookie cutter here. I'm going to start at the front. I'll end at the back, like so. I'll tell this this spline here to be a Bezier corner. And what I can do is I can now make the spline match the curvature. And what that'll allow me to do, if I get it right, is it'll give me a perfect slice through this. And I just need to make sure that the vertices are in front of the mesh and behind it. I know the back one is, but the front one was pretty close. And what I'm going to do with this, I'm just going to bring it outside the mesh here. We'll convert it to an editable spline. I'm going to add a modifier, and we'll extrude this like so. Convert that to an editable poly, and there's my cookie cutter. And again, you can see I got pretty close in the front, but that'll work. So we're going to take this, and I'm going to go to Create. I'm going to go to Compound Objects, and I'm going to use the Pro Cutter. Pick the cutter object as this guy. I did this backwards. Undo, undo. It's this guy who needs to be the cutter. And I'm going to pick the stock object as being the helmet. Oh no, that is totally backwards. No. It is the helmet. Better. Stock object this. Yeah, that'll work. Screwed up the geometry, but that's all right. We're going to convert this into editable poly. I'm going to grab the open border and delete. I'll grab the entire helmet and just flip my normals back. Flip. We're going to reset the X form again to get rid of any ugliness that's there. And we've got a pretty good shape for this here now. I know the back is not accurate because of the way that spline worked. It creates this constant curvature. And I'm pretty sure the back of the helmet actually gets flat. You can see here, it's actually really flat at the back. And so that's not a big deal. I can flatten that out. The rest of our lives, I think, out of mind. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo the cutter. Like so. My wife is asking for the link to the basement project. She's got a bunch of gamer friends. It's funny, my wife's part of this online community. Back when we got pregnant with our twins, our twins were born in August, and she reached out on this knitting community. She knits all the time. And she reached out to on this knitting community. They created a page that was all of the women who were going to be having children in the month of August. And my kids turned 8 this past August, couple months ago, last month. And she's still friends with all of these women 8 years later. With the only thing they had in common from the beginning, from day one, was the fact that they were all having children in the same month. But they've developed this really tight friendship. And it's funny because my wife is a little unlike many of them in that she's not as much a gamer as they are. And they are much big gamers. And so every time I do anything game related, she's like, "Oh, let me tell all my friends about it." And so now that the basement is done on Monday, students will be jumping into that and playing with it. And so anyway, she's gotten to a point now where she's anxious to show them or excited to show them. Okay, so before I do anything with the cutter here, I'm going to take this guy, side view, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to straighten him out. I want to avoid a large bump here. Another rifle for you. I'm just going to try and adjust the curvature a little bit. Let's turn that off and do this. I think no matter what I do, I'm going to end up with that same kind of arc through here. I just want to kind of lessen it if I can. Okay, I think that's going to work. So this guy, Pro Cutter, we're going to pick the stock object as this. Convert this to editable poly, border delete, polygons flip, and reset the transformations. There, that's much better at the back. So that was the thing that I wanted to do before I separate the faceplate off and then start to kind of assemble that. So let's take a look at the front, and you can see that I actually have, just out of happenstance, I have a series of polygons here that are going to be perfect for the mohawk. I'm going to go back into the back and see where the mohawk ends. So there actually is a clear and defined ending to it that is not entirely visible. Looks like it's right there. Ooh. Hello. I've got I've got some mid-edge vertices. Okay, so I'm going to show you a really cool trick. So I used that cutter tool, and the cutter tool sliced my geometry in half, creating a cut where I wanted it to be. But I ended up with vertices from both meshes. So I ended up with vertices from the helmet, the original shape that I made, which are these ones here. But then, if we start going around the curvature here, you're going to see that every now and then, right here, another vertex shows up. Now, I'm going to do something. I know you guys have a hard time seeing these vertices with my 4K monitor and the changing of resolution that happens with this going to a 1080p video feed. So what I'm going to do is go into my preferences, and I'm going to increase the size of the vertices on the in the viewport in order to make it so that you guys can see them a little bit better. So I'm going to go from 2 to 5, like so. So that makes it a little bit easier for you guys to see them. It gets a little ridiculous when you're, you know, at a lower resolution or a smaller scale mesh. But you can see that I do have these every now and then extra vertices along the mesh. So if you go into selection mode here, there actually is a way of selecting mid-edge vertices. I thought that was where it was. Let me see where this is. 3ds max mid-edge vertex selection. It might be in the turn to poly. So tell me now, where are you? I don't see it. Yeah, it doesn't actually appear to be here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's try this one. Let's try the... Oh, I have it up here. Turn to poly. Remove mid-edge vertices. That's what I wanted to do. I'm going to do that. Go to vertices again. Oh, bugger. It didn't do it. Let's try it again. Turn this on. Remove mid-edge vertices. Keep limit polygons to 4-sided. Oh, those are not mid-edge because they're at the bottom. That's why. Okay, so if those vertices existed in another place, so for instance, if I grab this and I shift and bring this down, and these edges weren't here, then it would work. It will not, however, just work like this. Result of the way that the mesh is created with this hole at the bottom. No bother. I'll go and select them this way. Again, that spline wasn't really high resolution, so it's not overly difficult to get rid of this. Let's go and make sure there are no n-gons on here at the moment, and there are not. Okay. So that looks like it's working fairly nicely. We're going to go and start making a faceplate for this thing. It takes me under once again. Again, I can see that I'm off model here a little bit, but that curvature might be part of the perspective that's there, and not exactly what I've got here. Now, I also did, you can see when I averaged out the distance in those edges, it did unstraighten that edge that I put in, which, you know, it's bound to happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn on... Robert, hey, how you doing? Karen says hi. Karen could have said hi. Where is she? Is she watching you watch me? Because that is some meta right there. How are you, Robert? You still modeling, brother? You must be getting pretty good at making firearms by now. I think what I'm going to do... Yeah, I'm going to... So I want this line to be straight. She's watching you watch me. That is meta. I love it. Well, hello, Karen. I miss you guys. It's been a while. Been a while. I am good, my friend. I'm doing very well, thank you. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Not having to go anywhere for school. It's been a dream come true for me. I love this. You should, man. Don't give up. Keep doing it. Keep making stuff. Hey, Britt. You're here too. Look at this. A whole bunch of ya. Okay, so I've got that lined up a little bit better now. In terms of it being a little bit more of a straight line. It's not perfectly straight. And ideally, what I should be doing, I'm going to do this here. I'm actually going to take the entirety of this thing and drop it down just a little bit. And I'm going to do that because, again, I want to make sure that when I do this separation, that there is overlap. So I'm gonna separate this as a new mesh, and you can see that the forehead mesh now goes into here. It's a little flat and straight. Let's see what my polygon count's like right now. 800. So I'm looking at probably around 2K for the helmet in terms of the topology that I want to spend. And I'm at 800 now, and again, there's a lot of details and stuff I got to cut into this. And so maybe 2K, maybe 2500. Anyway, let's detach this now and call it the faceplate. And let's turn this off. So there is now this guy. Let's make sure. So I do have, let's undo that. Nope, that's fine. Let's redo that. I just wanted to make sure that this corner, that the little triangle here is actually inside the earpiece and not outside it. Okay. So we've got this feller now. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create the mohawk. The mohawk's kind of the easiest bit to make on here. I mean, there's some really kind of funky shapes going on in here, but in terms of what I need to make this thing, it's essentially just going to be, dang it. It's essentially just going to be this. Oh, not you. That's going to be the mohawk again. Oh yeah, that's where I was before. So there's a break that I need to add in here. That's where the mohawk's going to end. So we'll mohawk again through here. Something of that nature. Whoops, hey, come on now. Let's turn that edge constraint off. Now, excuse me. I'm going to detach this piece, but I actually don't want to leave a hole behind. So when I detach it, I'm going to detach it as a clone. And what that's going to do is it's going to leave the helmet intact, but then give me the mohawk, which is exactly what I want. The next thing I need to do is start fixing the front of it here a little bit in order to make it line up exactly with where this thing should be. So, back to edge constraints, and we'll bring this up a little bit. We'll remove these and bring those up a little bit. And I've got that forehead shape a little bit more accurate. It's going to need a little bit more than that. In order to see what's going on in the back here, we'll go look at the back. And beautiful. They just end in a straight line. So that's going to be absolutely gorgeous and easy to do. So back into Max, if we go and look at the shape here, we can see that it's actually kind of a curve that is slightly larger than the actual dome of the helmet. So that'll be fairly easy. I'm going to grab the entirety of the thing and extrude it by local normal. And it's going to puff it out. You can see we've got a really big mohawk now. And I'm going to bring it down until the scale's about accurate. Like so. The other thing that I want to do is correct the widening that's happened. So again, this is an artifact of the extrude by normal that's happened. Is that this now it flares out, and that's not what the shape should be. And so what I need to do is I need to move each of these vertices in until they line up with that one. So I'm going to grab this vertex. I'm going to look at its X position here. And I'm going to paste that X position into this one without the edge constraint. And this is going to make sure that that thing just goes perfectly straight out without flaring. Now, this would be really nice and easy to do if these things were all linear, if they actually all shared the exact same X value. But you can see they don't. They're all actually getting slightly larger. So this is 5769, and the next one is 5741. So they are just slightly flaring. So I'm going to be doing a lot of ZBrush work on Mando. You guys showed up a little bit later, and I was talking about this earlier on in the stream. That I've got a so I showed you guys the character selection game that I did for Overwatch that I was working on back when I had you guys, and I showed you the roulette game that I've made for my characters. So I got a new one this year, and when I teach that course, I need to make a character along with the students, which is the case every year. It helps them keep pace. It helps the students know, like, oh, okay, the anatomy should be done now, and I can see why it needs to be done. We're going to be putting clothing on, and so I do that to kind of help them keep up with me. But also, I'm a character artist, man. I always want to make characters, and it also is practice, right? Doing realism like this, which is the thing I love the most, is the thing I do the least in the contract work I've had and in the studio work that I've had. So Finish Line, where I was employed up until a couple weeks ago, we did some kind of stylized stuff in the last couple games, and not that isn't enjoyable. It is always fun to kind of make something new and kind of play around with the look of things, but when given the option, I always want to go realism. I love the trying to get as real as you can with something, and just making, it's often people look at things and just go wow a lot more frequently when it's realism as opposed to stylized, which is, the stylized has its place. I'm not knocking stylized. I just, released a game that was stylized, and I want to make something not stylized now. And so I want to push my skills a little bit further. And so anyway, what I'm going to be doing, because this character is going to be modeled as part of that class, and I'm not currently teaching that class until Monday, I want to avoid doing any of the work that the students need to see. So I'm going to be making a character, obviously. I don't want to do any of the anatomy. I don't want to do any of the clothing. I'd like to avoid all of that stuff if I can, because the students need to see that stuff. But this, which is just a helmet, it's just hard surface modeling. Doesn't matter if the students see this or not. They already kind of know how to hard surface model by the time they get to my course. And so I can take the liberties. Like, this is kind of just me getting ahead. I'm working on my character without actually doing any of the stuff the students need to see. So once I do the anatomy and I start doing the clothing, like, I've got a helmet that I can just chuck on them and be like, helmet's done. It's one of the things that I try to instill in all the students that I have, that if you've got downtime, get ahead. Right? And that's exactly what I've got right now. My kids are at school. My wife's at school. I'm at home by myself right now. And so, it makes a lot of sense for me to use this time wisely. I've got all the work for school that I need to get done is done. I've uploaded all my classwork. I've uploaded everything that's going to be happening in my classes. I don't need to do anything else but this. And so that's why I'm here in Max doing this instead of ZBrush work. I will absolutely be doing ZBrush work. However, I don't need to do it until I have the students with me, and so that is why we're here. If that makes sense. All right, edge scale. We're gonna bring this in, and then I'm gonna bring these ones forward. Oh, that's not really gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna bring these here. Let's do this in X. So I'm trying to devise a way here that I'm going to get to make this shape work the way that I want it to. It's a yeah, son of a... No, about there's fine. Let's go put this guy back. Okay. I'm just going to make sure all of these things here are in the same place in X. Okay, let's go and symmetry this over again, since I've made changes. I'm going to need to alter where this edge is here. So there's actually, well, let's do it this way. I'm going to have to make a bevel inside of here, which is this little central piece. And so the goal was to set up the geometry here so that it already is in the right place. Let's do this way. No. Damn it. Let's do it with an edge. There. Get rid of that. And this. I think. No, I'm going to leave those on because the cut disappears underneath. So what I need to do here, I'll do this in the front view here, is chamfer this. No, I have polygon selected. Let's not chamfer. Let's inset. Lots smaller. Oh, that's not going to do what I want it to. Cancel. Okay, let's do it with an inset. So I just realized something that I'm doing here that I don't like, but we'll see how it works. Let's get out of here. To this. Yeah, okay. I think it's gonna work. So what I need to do is I need to round this corner off, which is going to help me out a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to do is just grab these edges here, and we're going to add a flow connect. So flow connect tries to keep the curvature of the surrounding geometry. I'm going to go to edge constraints, and I'm going to do this in Z. And we're going to just then connect this here. I'll do it both sides. Don't have to bother re-symmetrying. So that introduced a triangle into the mix, which I wanted. Now, it's not actually supposed to be there, that triangle, but I'm going to then triangulate this polygon, which is going to allow me to get rid of this edge, and thus remove the polygon that was there. Now you're going to see that what this has done is the edge from the helmet actually keeps the shape going. So that is going to help make sure that those two pieces look like they're welded together or that they're solid. Next, I've got another triangle here, which shouldn't be. However, as I mentioned, this edge should actually be chamfered. We're going to do a triangular chamfer here. I'm going to bring this down. Let's do this in the front view. And let's go back to the chamfer again. Try and get that to match. That's not terrible there. Now, it did give me too many geometries here, so we'll go fix that. So essentially, it left an extra set here, which I can just go target weld up, like so. Or conversely, I can grab an edge and control backspace to remove it. And now, those are all quads. So quad, 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 quad. The only non-quad is right here, the end-gon that's here. And so what I'll do is I'm going to use my cut tool. And we'll just bounce up and over. And that's now quadded through there. This then should go right off the back here. And again, I want to ensure that this is doing the right thing back here. So I'm going to go to cut. This time I will use symmetry, so I'm just going to do the one side. So I'm going to go from here to here, followed by the removal of that edge and symmetrying off of this one. Now, you do have to, when you use an edge, you got to be really careful when you use that as an anchor for symmetry, because if that edge is slightly askew in the angle in which, or the axis in which you are going to be doing the symmetry, it is absolutely going to break your symmetry. Your symmetry will be skewed a little bit, and you'll end up with, on the far side of your mesh, you'll end up with a couple of vertices instead of one. So it's always a good idea to go and double check that you don't have any end-gons on your mesh while doing this, just to make sure that you didn't break something while you're symmetrying. Okay, so with that done, I can now do the extrusion through here. Actually, I'm going to look at that front. This is not quite the shape I want it to be through here. So this edge and this edge are identical in their width, which is not what I want. I do want them to taper in a little bit. And so that. Let's bring this out here. That's a little bit better. Okay. Following that, let's go see if we can see how deep this is supposed to be. Really, really small. So I'm going to try and extrude this while looking at it from the front here. So extrude, we're going to again use the local normal, zero it out, and I'm going to move it in until it's about the thickness I want it to be. And that'll give me the mohawk essentially the way that I want it. The only exception is at the back, where I know that extrusion will have left me extra geometry in the form of these polygons here, which do not need to exist. And I can also see, I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but there's a little bit of a wobble in there. And so what I'm going to do is just grab all four of those vertices and line them up in Z. Let's turn off the edge constraint, just to straighten that wobble a little bit. Now, if I go look at the reference here again at the back, whether or not that is up and in, or if they're all just flat at the bottom, you can't really tell from here. And so I'm going to leave it like that. It's a very small, minor detail. We're talking of, you know, half a centimeter, if anything. And so I don't think that's something I'm going to have to worry about too much. Let's turn this back on. And I'm not too pleased with, or not too displeased with that. It's definitely working the way that it wants. You can see that there are a couple of edges here that are defined in that helmet. And I do have a polygon there. Essentially, what I would need to do in order to get that to work correctly is when I do my high poly, I'm going to leave it this way here, or I'll switch it over, whatever, it doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to auto smooth that, and you can see that that'll put a hard edge in here. My low poly is going to be one smoothing group so that it's smooth, but the high poly, if I do a separate smoothing group like that, it'll end up looking way better. Okay, this bothers me a little bit here too. These guys need to come in. So if I look at this, you can see that there is a thickness here and a thickness here, but then the thickness through the corner kind of seems to change. And that could be these guys need to come down. I'm going to watch doing this here like that. And then if we go to face and we go out, that's not going to work. Let's go back to edge and undo that. Let's try these ones. This is not exactly accurate, but try just have the 4. If I bring this, ooh, easy there, killer. Bring this in a little bit, that shape will hold a little bit better. Turn that off. It's actually smoothing group the whole thing because there's a lot of missing smoothing groups. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is we'll go through here. Come on. We'll auto smooth this, followed by putting these guys back on 1. So there. Okay. So, with that done, let's go start slapping on some of the faceplate here. I guess I could do the back little plate here as well. It looks like there is a gap around it, which would mean the back part of the helmet here needs to go around that. I don't think I'm going to do that gap. I think what I'm going to rely on, and you can see this really clearly in here, is that there's a bit of dirt in that little crevice. Even though this is the shiny new version of his helmet, there is a little bit of dirt that captures in that crevice, and so I'm going to use this dirt to make that separation a little bit more clear. So this is just going to be another mesh that sits on top. That means I won't have to worry too much about anything else. So I'm going to move that image over to monitor 2 so I can keep an eye on it here. Because that's the piece I'm going to model right now. And I'm going to hide everything. Well, these guys are locked in place, so we'll just do this. And I'm going to go to the back of my mesh. And we're going to start by grabbing all the geometry that I need and detaching this again as a clone, so that the helmet remains underneath. And now all I have is just that back plate. So we'll call this back vents. And if I grab geometry, that's those guys there. So the first thing I need to do is truncate it. What I have right now is too wide for that back plate. And so what I'll do is I'll use my Swift Loop. And I'll put a cut in here. Curious, are you using a plugin to have all the vertices to deform together? When you mean deform together, do you mean like having them all move at the same time? Well, actually, it doesn't matter what you mean by that. No, I'm not using a plugin. I have very few plugins that I use with 3ds Max because I teach this. I don't ever want to have anything in my version of the software that students don't have, because that'll confuse them and it makes for a bad learning experience. And so I tend to make sure that I'm using a stock version of Max. Now, that being said, there are some things that I like to use that are not part of 3ds Max. Rapid Tools, for instance, is one of them, and I have that installed. But shy of that, I kind of stay away from plugins if I can. Just to make sure everybody's on the same page, kind of thing. Okay, so this is now the right shape. I'm going to need to curve these guys, so we're going to do that with the vertices. Now the back here should be straight. Again, this should be a very linear path here, but I'm going to just leave it a little bit more curved because that's the shape I've made the helmet, so I'm not going to vary away from that. So let's go and chamfer this and make it a relatively small chamfer. And we'll deselect the outer vertices. And we'll hit connect to then make sure that we're still quadded through here. I'm going to need to extrude this. Indeed, the making. I thought I gave you an answer. I didn't. No, I'm not using a plugin to make all the vertices deform together. That is just default 3ds Max behavior. Yep, it's just, so when I have them all move together, what I'm doing is I'm using the constraint system here. So what you can do is you can tell the vertices, don't leave the edges that they're on, don't leave the face that they're on, or don't leave the normal that they're currently a part of. And that will ensure that you get a pretty clean looking shape. I think that's going to work like that. Yeah, you know what? It was, like I said, I don't know if you guys saw at the beginning of the stream, but I threw on a little bit of a Ubisoft game that I was playing. And my character in that game has a helmet that, I don't know, I was just playing it late at night. And from the back, looking at my character, I was like, man, she looks like Mando. And I was like, oh man, I should make The Mandalorian. I love that show. It was so well done. And I just thought, man, that would be a really, really fun character to make. And so here we are. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing I got to do is create an inset inside here. I'm just going to turn on really quick my angle selection so that I can get the entire face here with one click. We'll turn them right back off again. So I'm going to try and do this as an inset, but it's been my experience with insets that they don't work when you have a chamfered corner. Now I could undo that. I can undo that chamfer if I can get back far enough, and now do the inset. And I'll have to extrude again. I think this was 0.8. Thereabouts. And then we'll inset together. And so, yeah, it's one of those things that, man, I love that show. And I love that character. And yeah, I thought he would be absolutely fantastic to go and make. And so that's why I've got him on the go here. It's also one of those things, too, that, you know, design-wise, he's pretty cool, and yeah, I just thought he would make a good character. Okay, so what I've done here, I've done an inset, and I actually like where most of the vertices are, but there's a little bit of overlap from this corner. And so all I'm going to do, I'm just going to go grab these vertices here. Oh, don't move, don't move. I'm going to make sure my edge constraint is on, so the vertices can't leave the edges. And I'm just going to scale them in, like so. And that's going to actually make the inset work. Now, I have these edges here because that's where that part of the helmet ends. And they're down here too, which, again, they need to be there because that's where the geometry is for the helmet. And I don't necessarily want to move that geometry for the helmet because it'll really change the curvature of it. So I'm going to leave that just kind of the way it is. And the next thing I need to do is I need to bring these vertices down. So they are not currently in the right place. And I need to drop them down. This opening here is a little bit wider at the top than it is at the bottom. So something of that nature. And then these polygons here are going to get extruded, but this time I'm going to throw a negative in front of this to make -8. And I actually don't want it to be flush with the helmet again, because the Z fighting there is going to be bad. So we're going to reduce this down like so, so that that Z fighting is gone. And that'll give me this plate here. Let's go and do some... Oh, don't select by smoothing. Auto smooth. Why are you doing that? Because you're too short. There we go. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is now add my chamfer back in for these corners. And what I'll do is I'm now actually going to, instead of just chamfering the corners, I'll chamfer the whole bloody thing. Which will, I think, look a little bit better. So if I do that, we throw a chamfer in here. Again, I'm going to switch this to the, we're going to go quad chamfer. And I'm going to release the tension. And we'll see if that works any better. It does not. So this happens on occasion. You can see the chamfer is all broken. It's all stretched out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to reset the X form. Go back into the edges and put the chamfer back on. And see if I get anything better. Which doesn't appear to be the case. Yeah, maybe at some point, Thomas, I'll get there. But I don't really have a reason to do Baby Yoda at the moment. He's also like, he's done to death, right? Everybody and their dog, when the show came out, did Baby Yoda. And I mean, granted, there was a lot of Mando fan art too. But Baby Yoda, because he is a digital character, or a puppet, you know, he lends himself a little bit more to the fan art thing, and so a lot of people have made him, whereas not a lot of people have made Mando as a 3D character that looks, you know, that looks cool, and so I thought I would do that. So I used a little bit of a trick here to fool the chamfer into doing what I wanted it to do, which was removing the edge that I actually do want chamfered, getting rid of it, and leaving this hot mess in its place. And then what I'm going to do now that that chamfer's done, because it is chamfered the way I want it to be chamfered, I'm just going to go select my edges, like so, and remove them. And then I'll just go and connect them again. So here with here, here with here, and here with here. And again, I've got really nice clean geo to support that shape. A lot of times when you look at things like, you know, a Stormtrooper's helmet or Mando's helmet, or, you know, any kind of complex set of pieces of things that fit together, it can often look a little daunting, you know, where, God, I don't even know where to start. You know, there's so much fiddly noodly little details on something like this. You know, how are you supposed to model it? And I just kind of start the way that I've started here, you know, where I create one of the base underlying shapes and I start kind of putting the things on it that make it that piece, or make it look like that shape. And so that's kind of what I've done here. You know, I made the mohawk. I started with the shape of the helmet. I cut the face off. I added the mohawk, and I'm going through and now adding, you know, this vent thing that lives at the back, and trying to put all the shapes on it the right way. Now, when I look at this vent, when compared to the mohawk, you can see there's a bright stripe here, and what that bright stripe is indicating is a micro bevel. This thing is not a sharp edge, as is this piece. And so to make that look right, I'm actually going to add that micro bevel to the shape, and it'll catch the light the way that I want it to. And you'll see that little highlight actually appear. So, extrude was the wrong button altogether. We're going to chamfer this. Hey, Rich. How you doing, brother? It's one of them there weird daytime streams. You guys haven't seen these. That's not too bad. 'Cause now you're dead inside. So I'm going to go and re-smoothing group this again. And then I'm going to go and manually smoothing group. We're going to grab that. Grow, grow, grow. That should be all of that. And we'll just clear all and say 1. And then I'm going to invert and say auto. So now if you look at this, even with just the crummy 3ds Max material, that highlight shows up. Right? And that's exactly the way it looks in the reference image. And so that's why I'm doing that. You gotta be kind of selective when you add details like this. You know, which ones are necessary and which aren't. And so that one I find is necessary. Again, it just kind of shows up as one of those pieces, right? Now I can see that there's some skewing in here, which is a result of triangulation. That may be too much. It may be too much for a normal map to correct. We'll have to see. So the next thing I need to do are to place the fins. Hey, bunny. I closed the reference image. Let's go look at the fins at the back here. So it looks like the back of my helmet is actually taller than here. That's really odd. Because it's quite a bit taller. Again, this is your perspective at work. I wonder if, let me go take a look at something here. I'm wondering actually if there's distortion in the photos that I'm not seeing when I see them in Max. Unhide all. Yeah, so because the helmet was taken, the photograph was taken on a, because the photograph was taken on an angle and not perfectly straight, and my helmet is perfectly straight, you can see that I'm getting a thinner version of the helmet because I'm using the thin side of the photograph, which appears to be what's going on. I'm just going to try and overlay these images here inside of Photoshop, the front and the back. I just want to see how close to the width they have in common. Because even just looking at them now, the back looks wider than the front. So this might actually be the case of the helmet being eggshell shaped. Or egg shaped. I'll copy and we're going to paste that on here. Let's do this. And I'm just going to bring the opacity down here. Bring this guy down. We'll see what we can do about lining this up. I can see the photograph in the back was also not taken at the right angle. It's a little off as well. So I'm going to do a transform here. And we'll see how accurate this is. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like the front actually appears to be thinner. So when I get the scale to match about correct, the front is actually thinner than the back. So what this is, where this is coming from is the lens of the camera is adding perspective to this. So it's actually warping things as they get closer or further from the camera. So in order to make this make a little bit more sense, match a little bit better, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to scale the entirety of the helmet out a little bit to get the width on the far side correct. We'll do this and this. And that should help with the thickness at the back lining up a little bit better. Okay. Again, I'm going to move that back over to my other monitor here. Okay. The next thing is going to be building these fins into the vent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 fins. So that's going to be fairly easy to do. I'm going to build the fins. We'll do this in the back view. I'm going to build the fins straight and about the right size and the right area. And then I'm going to curve them once I've got them all built, which I think will be the easier way of working. So I'm going to do this with, how many edges do I have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'll kind of help me out here too. So these have to go right to the edge. Like so. I'm going to make sure that we get this in the middle. 0.002 off. Not bad. Okay, I'm going to also bring this to the back so I can see it in front of the mesh. I think this is another case here of wanting to shrink this. So I have n-gons here again inside the middle. I'm just looking at, again, the chamfer was done at the same time. Oh, that's ugly. What has happened here? Where's my edge? There you are. Like some of these things got moved over. This should be a straight line. And so anyway, so what's happened here is that this distance and this distance is pretty close. That one can straighten out. Okay, so from here to here, the curve is almost exactly the same. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off the edge constraint here, is I'm going to shrink this one in a little bit. Again, just to ensure that that shape looks a little bit more accurate. And we'll take this and symmetry it over to the other side here too. Okay, so we can go back to this guy. So these things contain no overlap. And they go, that's about half. So let's add a halfway segment through this. And what I'm going to do is hold shift, put this guy here as an instance. Wow, that is incredibly close to what I needed. I'm blown away at how remarkably close to shape that is. So it looks like I can widen it a little bit. So we're going to go with the length. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so again, you can see the curve that's in here. That's going to end up in this plate as well. The other thing that I need to do is add the width segments to this, of which there should be 5, 6, so that I get 5 edges in the middle. And then let's hold shift and go and dock this. Make this an instance, and we'll make 5 of them. And that should end up. I make no sound. Just a little too much. I should do this as an array instead, so that I get it accurate. So what we're going to do is go to Tools and Array. And I need to make 5 of these things, and they're going to move. So we got move, rotate, and scale here. They're going to move in Z. This thing is 4.709, so 4.709. We're going to hit preview. And that's obviously not the right axis. Let's switch that. We'll copy in 0. It's going to be Y. Forgive me, but why is Y and Z the same? We only need 5. Okay. 0 that and paste this. There it goes. Foolish. Okay, so that is, I think I need one more. You think we need one more? You think we need one more? All right, we'll get one more. No, 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 no. 4.5. God, that is perfect, right where it is. I'm going to say, okay. So these are all instances now. And the thing that makes an instance really beautiful in this scenario is the ability I have, convert to editable poly. Yeah, that's going to have to get re-instanced. I might as well set the direction on this now. Let's go back to the array and hit preview. So the reason having these things as instances is so powerful is that it gives me the ability to edit them all at once, even though they're all separate things, which is really, really helpful. So the first thing that I'm going to need to do is make sure that my edges line up with the edges of this thing, which is super important. So I need the first edge to go there. So I'm going to do this and this. And I'm going to split these guys up until they're here. Like so. I'll do the same thing with this. Oh my Lanta. Okay, this guy's going to get scaled out too and line up there. Just the edges line up with roughly where they're supposed to be. And you can see that did it on every mesh all the way up. The other thing that I'm going to do is just take the bottom 2 polygons in the middle of this and delete them. Again, deletes all the way up, which is lovely. I can take all the polygons and I can rotate them backwards like so that I get that fin kind of look. Okay, and then I'm going to do an extrude. And again, I just need this. Get there. So there's all the fins now. And what I'm going to do, now that they're all modeled, I'm going to go, see how it's bold? That's telling me they're instances. And I'm going to convert them to an editable poly. they're no longer bold. What that's going to allow me to do is attach them. You can't attach instances together. Actually breaks the system. But I'll do this, and then if I go to my side view, I'm going to try and angle them to match the helmet. And I may have to do this without my rotation snaps on. So I've got one vertex kind of just almost buried. There we go, almost buried. And what I need to do is I need to get this vertex in the same place, right against there. So I'm going to open this up and just start bringing this back. Yeah, one more. There. So now they line up with the helmet. We're going to reset their X form, which removes... Actually, I'm not going to reset the X form. I'm going to leave it. What that's done is it's lined them up with the angle that the helmet's on. And now if I add a bend modifier, the bend modifier will actually conform to that curve as well. And so let's go give it some angle and set the axes the right way. Ooh, that's not right. This one, 90. There we go. So all I'm looking to do now is just get it so that they're buried inside. And so as I increase the bend, they disappear. We're going to convert that to an editable poly and reset its transformation. I'm just going to throw the same Mandalorian armor helmet color on here. And I got my vents in the back. Damien, dude, hey, how you been, brother? Man, it's like all of RCC is popping out to come say hi. Look at that. Sorry, I'm getting an email here from the school. Just need to make sure something's not going wrong with a student and that things aren't going crazy. Benny, it's the week before Sheridan starts. The other schools are already going, brother. I'm a week into George Brown. Okay. So now I have 3 of the meshes done. And we can go in and start working on the face. Yeah, we're a week in. Sheridan's actually a week behind everybody else in terms of their starting. Which, I mean, that happens, right? I just find it funny because they're doing a 13-week semester with Sheridan, and yeah, it's not. Oh yeah, Martin, I remember who you are. Okay, so now that I've gone and done the majority of the helmet here, with these fiddly little details, I've just got the earpiece and the faceplate to do. So I'm going to start in with the faceplate. The first thing I did, I think they're all going to be on Bongo, Richard, as far as I know. We had a staff meeting. I'm using Bongo because with you guys last semester, it went really well, right? Like you guys already know to be on Slate, and you already know your class pages for Slate, so it removes the chance of me missing a student or losing a student, and so yeah, that's why I'm doing that. Not Boba Fett, but the Mandalorian. And so yeah, I'm this is a first for me. I have never made a Star Wars prop before. I was always told not to by the people who taught me 3D, and I've echoed that sentiment to students I've had in the past, where like you don't model Star Wars because, you know, there are professionals at ILM that do that for a living, and theirs is always going to look better than yours. And so you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, right? You're only going to get compared to someone who does it professionally if you make one of those assets. And I kind of decided that I'm 20 years into freaking 3D modeling. I think I'm good enough. I think I've got what it takes now. So that's why I'm going ahead with it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go and line these guys up in the Z-axis now. And I'm going to move them up. So again, the helmet is kind of on a curve here. And I'm going to straighten this out. I don't want that curve to actually be there as part of this. Again, I'm going to have this disappear underneath the earpiece. It really looks like they're kind of welded together. Really hard to see from that angle. Actually, it looks like the faceplate has this back curve to it. So the faceplate actually goes in over around the ear. So I'll have to do that a little bit. I did a week of George Brown with teams, and it was a little bit of a nightmare to get all my students into one room. Mostly because all of the students I had on Tuesday were first year students. They're brand new, like it was their first day of college. And so none of them knew enough to use their school email addresses. So when I set up the Microsoft Teams group, a lot of them were like, I didn't get the invite. And I was like, well, no, you got the invite. The invite went to your school email address. I don't have your personal emails. And so, yeah. Sorry, another email from Jeff, making sure everything's all good to go. Okay. Now, the faceplate can be its own mesh. I don't want to adjust any of the vertical edges because they match what's on the helmet. And I'm going to want that match to be there. I'm going to want that to be the same. But I can adjust all of the vertical ones. And those are the ones that I'm actually going to want to adjust so that they line up the right way. Now, I'm looking at the width of the little gap up here, and it does appear to be consistent. And so I'm going to move this down right here, and that's going to end up becoming the top of the eyeball area. I do have another edge in here. This guy here. And maybe what I'll do is I'll move that up to start becoming the bottom of the eyelid here. We're going to go to the front view. Yeah, so you can see right away, I'm going to run into problems here with the way that these line up. While I did make sure the scale, top to bottom, matched in both images, if we look at the side view here, this is in line with the front of the brow and the top of the eye. And in this view, the top of the brow is much higher, the top of the eye is much higher, and the cheek area is not exactly where we want it. So what I'm going to do is unfreeze all, and I'm going to go and grab the image plane here, and I'm going to move this down. So let's hit F2 and F4 so I can see my mesh. And I'm going to move this down until it does line up. And so even though the rest of the helmet doesn't now line up, I know that this area does, and that's going to be a little bit more important to me. So I'm going to start off with grabbing these. I'm going to keep my edge constraints on here so I don't screw up the overall shape of this mesh. And then really, I'm not going to care about the left side of this thing. Again, I'm going to mirror it over. So all I need to do is just move this up following the shape. Like so. And again, you can see that this is slightly tapering over here. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about that. It's more about getting this guy to line up. Okay. So I'm kind of at the edge of where the eye is here. I want to see how many more vertices I have. Indeed, I do have some. That's all right. So I'm going to resymmetry this. Oh, you know what? I have to undo that. All of that. The edge constraints did not turn on. Yeah, I know, Rich. And one thing that complicates my life that you guys don't have to deal with, I'm at more than one school, and having both of them use Teams, it is constantly signing me out, signing me back in at the other school. Microsoft wants you to sign in, and it's like, okay, we're going to remember you so that you don't have to sign in again. And as a result, it's constantly signing me out. So I'm in the middle of typing a message to a student, and I get logged out. And it's like, oh, no. Remember you used this for Sheridan. And it logs me into my Sheridan account. And I'm like, no. I'm using this for George Brown at the moment. And so having the two schools is becoming a logistical nightmare for me. Because the software just doesn't accept that I'm in two schools, in two places of work. And so I'm going to end up shifting one of my classes elsewhere, one of my schools elsewhere. Let's go to the side view here again. Yeah, it's a little off here. Again. Okay, I'm going to ignore those. I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. Try and split the difference. Now again, this looks like it tapers here. Yeah, I could probably do that, Benny, but I think it'll just be easier to get all of my, I'm just going to shift all my GB classes to Discord, which I think will be a little bit easier. You got it. Pain in the arse, man. Design some frickin' software that works. Like, would it kill you? Again. Okay, so I'm going to delete the lens here. Let's start with the side. And I want to delete the lens so that I can actually track where it is. I'm going to go and put it back in, obviously, but I want to get the flow of this to work correctly. That's all right. I also want to add the very large cheek cut here as well. But before I do that, I need to add this bit here. So this little chamfer, this little cut that's in here, this is unique to the Mandalorian. Boba Fett didn't have this. This actually came down to a flat spot here. They did make some rather small changes. I think the helmet was actually made from the mold of the Boba Fett one, with then changes added to it. And so there are some, obviously some differences. So I'm going to go in with the cut tool here and cut this cheek in. Like so. Let's go to the side view. Yeah, that's not too bad. Pretty close to where I wanted it. That one's going to stay pretty straight. We're going to move these forward using the edge constraints to get them into the right place. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. Let's bring this down. I'm going to line these up here. Again, it's kind of one of the issues with using photographs, especially when there's perspective and the lens distortion that's there. I just want to get kind of close enough to what I know the shape is supposed to be. Okay, that's not too bad. I know I'd like to actually have a few more cross sections through here. If I could. Let's get rid of this. So I definitely want one here. I'm going to keep an eye on the time too. I have to go get my kids from school. Promised I'd meet them at the door on their first day. So trying to watch that I don't screw that up. Edge constraint should be fine. I'll move that out. And put another one here. And another cut here. I'm going to end up with a couple of triangles here, just because of the nature of the geometry. I want to get this curve to feel right. As it's such an integral part of the shape of this thing. Okay, so I'm going to edit the geometry here to get rid of these triangles. So what I've done, I've gone and added these cuts in. Actually, we'll go continue those cuts. Straight to the back. Again, this stuff is all going to be under the ear, so I don't really care what it looks like. But I want to avoid endgons here while I'm working. So, ideally, it would be nice to have no triangles in this mesh. I've got two here because of this diagonal cut. And so what I'm going to do... Holy man, Sheridan email is blowing up. They have a habit at Sheridan of when they email students, you know, those hello game designer emails that you guys get, that they go to all faculty as well. And so I get emails for students that aren't mine. Okay, this one I'm just going to cut thinner to here. And move that. Okay. So that's better. There's no triangles in here now. I do have an endgon here. And so we'll fix that. I'll use my cut tool again. We'll come in from this corner. Yeah. Those are the emails. Which, I mean, it's nice to be in the loop when anything is discussed at the school. But I tell you, these first few weeks, man, my email just blows up. And the problem is that you get so many of these emails that are not related to what it is that you do. You You know, like they're not part of my class. They're not part of anything that I'm doing. It then makes it really hard to care. You know, you hear the email notification go off. You're like, oh, yeah, it's stuff for other people, stuff for other people, stuff for other people. And eventually, it's not. It's stuff for me. But you've become kind of desensitized to the email notification sound. And so I try to take a look regardless. I introduced all my George Brown students to the Discord server. Or not all my, rather, let me correct that. Not all my George Brown students, just the first year students that I've already had. I haven't taught my third year students yet, because I teach them on Monday, and since Monday was Labor Day, I'm a week behind. I totally forgot. I usually try to tell the schools I'm unavailable for teaching on Mondays, and yeah. You know what, Yash? We can probably work something out, brother. Because I would love to be able to play around with this guy in Unreal and make him do a bunch of stuff. And so we'll talk in 8 months, because that's when he's going to be done, or closer to done. Yeah. Okay, so this isn't thrilling me right here, this shape, but I think I'm going to be able to clean it up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the bevel out of this thing here. Yeah, he's going to be 8 months because I'm doing him for the class, right? And so I'm trying to just get a jump start on the things that I know that I need to do. But most of this character is going to be done in the class. So let's bring... Oh, you're not going to work, are you? This off. Son of a friggin' sucker. Okay, I'm going to bring this in. So that shape of that cheek, I was hoping to be able to just get it with a bevel, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get there with a bevel. So I'm going to delete those polygons. I can see an end gone here I need to fix. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'll try this from the front here. Front, again, I'm going to hold shift and bring this in. And then we're going to switch to vertices, and I got to get that angle. Let's grab all of this. There. And again, I'm kind of at a weird spot here where I know there's lens distortion going into this. Bring this over too. And so, yeah, so I know there's all kinds of lens distortion going on in terms of what I'm seeing. So I'm just trying to make the best of the situation. And then we'll kind of correct that distortion when I can. See how that works. Yeah. So what I need is this vertex here to be there, right? I need this line to come straight down to here. And then these ones, and see, this is going to be real easy. These are just going to come straight into that, which is going to be really, really nice. But in order for this to work, I've got to start pulling these guys down. So now that they're on the curvature here, I'm going to move them down. And pull the next one into place. And we'll bring this one down too. Down you go. Down you go. So that one's in the right place. We're going to go to the constraints and turn it off. And we'll just, again, line these up here. Go back to the front view. And again, we're getting a little bit, I can see like there's a gap here and there's a gap here. But that's because I'm looking at an orthographic projection and this is a perspective projection. So things aren't always going to be the way that they're supposed to be. Same thing here with the front, right? Again, we're getting perspective and orthographic kind of in the same shot, which is really messing things up. I think what I'm going to try and do here, I'm going to do this with the freeform modeling tools, because it'll give me a much faster way to model in terms of setting up this shape. And we'll see about fixing that up to make it look the way it's supposed to. So I'm trying to keep these lines kind of straight if I can. Like so. And then I can bridge across here. I don't know that I actually left the right number of edges to bridge. But I'll bridge what I can. And then I'll add cross members like so. And to bridge again. Okay. Now I knew that was going to be broken because it's the they're all going to line up to 0. So I knew these were going to be in the wrong place. But I go and pull them back now. Let's put them here. No, this is for something else, Michael. So we're not going to be touching on this type of stuff. This is more advanced than the type of stuff you guys need to do in first year, and so the reason I'm modeling this is actually for the third year students. I'm doing I teach a character course in third year. And I'm gonna make the Mandalorian as part of that class, and so for that reason, that's the reason I'm starting to make this. And that really went all wrong on me. Okay, I think what I'm gonna try and do here is relax these to get them in the right spot. Wait. You too. With the story of our life. And as long as I can get everything else to line up, those will just work. Let's do a smoothing group issue here. Other than myself, I don't miss you at all. That's right. Wait, Michael, are you in first year or third year? You now confused me by calling them the first year guys. I'm glad you disappeared. Okay, so these guys are all wrong. I feel so much better. Miss you at all. Yeah, I gotta get that curve right. Your identity will be revealed on Tuesday. Oh, your first year. I don't teach third year on Tuesday. Your ruse has had a flaw. I don't think the other teachers have any urge to watch me live stream. It's another flaw in your plan. The ones that know modeling or care about modeling can do what I do. And so they have no interest in watching my stuff. And the ones that don't know modeling, that would get anything from this, don't want to learn modeling. And so they won't watch this. Okay, so I think that edge is fairly straight. No, it is curved. So I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take these and remove them, which is going to straighten that edge out on me. And then we're going to use the cut tool to go back in and place them again. No, stay, come back. Okay, and we'll go back to vertices. And I need to add, it's probably going to be best to do this from the top. I need to add curvature to that. The more I think about it, I should have done this with frickin' splines. Okay, so we're going to go out, remove the inner ones, and out. So let's see how that's looking. Not bad. You got it, Christian. Turbo Smooth and Open Subdiv are very similar algorithms in what they do. Essentially, it's just it's how the algorithm is calculated that is the difference. So what they do is they find every polygon's center. They add a new vertex there and then connect it to the middle point of every edge. The difference between the algorithms could be something as simple as it puts the vertex in the middle first, or it could find the middle points of the edges first. And that's really kind of all there is to it. Like, it's a really, really, really simple difference. There isn't really much beyond that. I think I'm going to try rebuilding this faceplate out of splines. So, brainiac that I am. While I did find this very beautiful set of images of the helmet, it hadn't occurred to me to look for blueprints. And I just found some. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the remainder of the helmet the way that I made it. And I might switch over to these guys. Switch over to the blueprint in order to make the remainder. Now, granted, when you search for Mandalorian helmet, regardless, blueprints or not, because the Mandalorian is a Mandalorian, you find every Mandalorian, right? You find every version of every one of these characters, as well as the guy called the Mando, which does complicate things a little bit. And so there's that. So this is what I just found, which again isn't proper blueprints. I can actually see a dent in the forehead here. But this might be a much better tool for creating the oh, that is really different. I'm just looking at the two sides here. How much that cheek is cut in compared to how much it's cut in here. Yeah, so these blueprints, these are not accurate. These are not good enough to work from. And so we're going to need something a little better than that. We are going to, Michael, we are going to start with the oil job. And then we'll work on the... Okay, let me go back and see what else I can find. It's Boba Fett's. I'm looking at more reference here. You know what I need to see? I need to see the show version of the character again. I need to go look at what he actually looks like in the show. Because nothing I'm looking at is actually proper. It's all fan-made stuff. Okay, so that line is definitely present. I don't think Boba Fett actually has that line. On Boba Fett, I think this is actually just an arc. Go see a large image of the Fett. Yeah, it's a continuous curve on the Fett. And so Mando's helmet actually has that line pretty prominent there. Man, there's a lot of very prominent stitching on him. That'll be fun. Try not to get distracted by stuff I have yet to make. Yeah, I think. And then the base of the earpiece. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this out of a spline. I think that's going to be the smartest way of being able to get this shape the way that I want it, without worrying about too much else. I'm looking at the helmet you're making, and I was wondering if both sides are symmetrically the same. Would it be easier to cut the helmet in half and use symmetry complete? Absolutely, Fabian. You're 100% correct. Which is why, when you look at it, there is only half here. I'm using symmetry all the while making it. I don't just throw symmetry on at the end to be like, voila, it's finished. I often symmetry things as I'm going to make sure that, you know, the shapes that I'm getting are accurate and that it looks the way that I want it to look. When you see just half of something, it's really hard to tell whether or not that thing is going to look proper when you see it all together. And so for that reason, you know, I'm very much, actually, that doesn't actually look too bad. Let me see. Yeah, so for that reason, I am kind of putting the symmetry on kind of as I go. Make sure that it holds up. Let's go back in here. Boom. Where are you? Take me all the way. Just trying to adjust my geometry here to be a little bit cleaner. I think... Let me see what I can do here. So I'm going to chamfer this. Let's do the quad 0.5. Nope. Let's do try. Yes, I have, Ted. I hate Amazon. So they haven't released the entire season, right? They released 3 episodes. And they're doing that in hopes of people going to Amazon Prime every day being like, oh, is there more boys yet? No, there isn't. Well, I'll watch some more Amazon Prime. When in actuality, I don't know anybody that falls for that. And so, yeah, it is a pain in the arse. But, it is not as strong as season 2. 4. There aren't 4. At least there wasn't 4 when I watched it. There were only 3. I'm logging in now and going to look. Oh yeah, season 4 is out now. Yeah, I watched the first 3 with my wife. I've read all the books, and so I just it came out today. That makes sense. I've read all the books, and so I'm a really big fan of the show. But man, season 2 so far has been a letdown in terms of the content. It's not as strong as season 1 was. Like season 1, man, you buckle in for episode 1 and you were unafraid to unbuckle until the show ended. And that hasn't been the case with season 2. I found season 2 has been like, man, just the first episode. I just kept waiting for anything to happen. Like they ended last season with a cliffhanger. And then they start season 2 and don't talk about anything from the last season. Like it was so weird. My wife's talking to a colleague, and I guess she's talking about my new computer, and she's asking me questions about my new computer that are things that I've talked to her about that I guess didn't take. She sent me a message. She said, "Is your computer liquid cooled?" Yes. Yes, it is. I'm just trying to get this one edge to flow the right way here. Let's see how that looks. Let's go and do my smoothing here again. Yeah. Okay, that is an issue. This. These are actually supposed to be further back. 1, 2, 3. So it was really weird dropping my kids off this morning at school with all the teachers having masks. There's 6 kids in my kids' class today. They are not fooling around with this social distancing thing at their school. The Ontario government made all kinds of recommendations about what they should and shouldn't be doing, and the teachers at my kids' schools have kicked it up a notch. They're actually well beyond what they're supposed to be doing. Michael, any of the people that are here that are former students of mine will relate, because I've been saying that for about 9 years. So I'm looking at the offset that exists here, which I'm okay with. I'm not sure why that offset doesn't exist anywhere else, and so I'm going to try and put it in. It's a play on that old that saying, right? That if you put what is it? If you put 100 monkeys with 100 typewriters in a room, that eventually they'd be able to write Shakespeare or whatever it was. This is just those monkeys are freaking drunk. I mean, to an extent, all software is going to be like that. But just find Autodesk in particular is especially drunken monkey. You're not wrong, Fabian. Yeah, I try to use humor, Michael, when I teach, for that particular reason. People that find things funny tend to remember them, and so I try to use humor when I can, because it helps people remember things, and that makes it easier to learn. You know, everybody will remember jokes that they've been told, and yeah, I like to do humor in the same way, right? I use it as a teaching tool. Ooh, hey. That didn't do what it said it would. You cannot. All of the schools are buttoned down in such a way that only current students are allowed or able to get in. Bum, 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 bum. Let's try this. I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friend. That inner? That's outer. You know, right. Okay. Wait, you're a third year, only 1 year off. Oh, Stellan's mustache. You're not who I thought you were. I know who you are. You're one of them blenderites. I actually thought you were a student from another school. I know who you are. But yes, I don't know that there's a way even for former students to hop in, because it's a yeah. Michael, you are also assuming that this will be over by next semester. Okay. So the only bits I have left to do here, I've got to go and cut that groove into the front of the helmet. And it looks as though one of the issues that's happened here is that the this forehead piece, the mohawk, didn't go low enough. So I was mentioning this earlier. I brought my kids to school today. Today's their first day at school, and my assumption is we'll be back home again before Thanksgiving. The numbers are worse right now than when they got us out of school in the first place, and so there's that. But B, the numbers are spiking, right? Where the numbers are climbing, and they're only going to get worse with people gathering in schools and being in places together. And so you'll see that we are making things worse and not better. It looks like it's actually just buried in there. Yes, you will, Michael. You will use ZBrush, and I believe, and anybody who's here from GB can correct me on this, because I don't know specifically what's taught in second year, but I do believe a couple of the second year teachers do jump into ZBrush. I know that the students often get to my course with some knowledge of the software. And so it is an assumption that they are picking it up somewhere. I thought somebody at the school must be teaching it. I know that because there are a few bad habits I try to break that students have picked up from other teachers, and I don't need that in my class. And so I try to undo some of what the students have learned already. Just because it's there's some bad habits that get picked up. Third year, well, not just third year, Ted, but it's fifth term, right? Come sixth term, we're out of ZBrush. We're done with it. We use it for high poly in fifth term, and that's where it's really I go really heavy on the ZBrush. Oh, this is a weird shape, man. Okay, let's see how that works. That's better. So that mohawk is supposed to cover the forehead bit here. Okay, where does that line go? It stops at the ear. So I gotta get the ear going. Okay, so I need to get rid of the inside of this thing. I put a shell modifier on this to give it the thickness, and while I like the way that it looks, I don't need it yet. You'll need it for third year, Fabian, absolutely. And I think that you end up doing a bunch in second year. I think there's a 2D anatomy course that you take. I go really heavy on anatomy in I go really heavy on anatomy in fifth term. Before we get into most of what we do character wise, I lay into the anatomy. Just because of how important that is for doing character work. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 assignments. No, that's a lie. 3 assignments. 3 assignments that are all anatomical before we go anywhere near doing your character. What the hell am I doing? That's what I'm doing. Okay. This edge needs to move forward so I can make the ear out of this. Whoop. You know what? I'm going to delete this. Now, I might as well use it. Don't have edge constraints on. Unhide all. This has got to go up. Okay. It really has a lot to do with the instructors too, right? As long as they're teaching the tools, most of us are pretty free to teach how we want. And so you do find a lot of teachers will teach one thing and maybe they get better at this or they get better at that and they jump into it. It's the same thing with ZBrush, right? You find there are teachers that maybe they're working on a contract outside of school, and that contract requires them to do some ZBrushing. Well, they might then start doing ZBrush in class because it helps them stay in that mindset or whatnot. But we're all kind of free to bounce around what our projects are, our tutorials are, not our tutorials, our assignments are. And I've done a great deal of that myself, right? Okay, so I'm going to put this here. So I decided what I was going to do here is actually make the ear. I'm going to make the ear, and then I'm going to pull the piece out that is supposed to be. So I'm going to do that. Okay, I think 2.5. Let's see if this works. not bad, actually. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm gonna go with that. Computer's acting really weird to having dual monitors set up, and that I'm getting a lot of. I click on something that's over there and not over here. Future Prof. I'm from the future. Why, hello, Duri. Duri? Duri. That's an odd. Finding Duri? What school are you at, Duri? How am I your future prof? Are you third year GB? Second year, starting second year. So you are Sheridan then. Michael, there's an old saying, my friend, that the only stupid question is the one not asked. Dude, I'm doing this for fun. I was going to be doing this today regardless. Like, you're not interrupting. I was going to be working on this and just decided to stream while I was doing it. And so don't feel like that's the case, because it's not. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, by all means, my friend, ask away. It is literally my job to answer your questions. There's that as well. I'm loving how this Discord channel is evolving into a support group of sorts. I was reading through some of the conversations that were going on while I was away, and it's fantastic. Some of the way that some of the former students are helping out brand new students, and even students in second year and third year are helping out the first years. Like, it's fantastic to see that. Don't be nervous, Michael. You're not going to get any help if you don't open up. The waste thing. Yeah. So what I was going on with there, Ted, was you've got your waist in the wrong place. Your character's pelvic region is in the wrong place. It looks like you've elongated it a little bit. If I remember, it's either elongated or it's too short. But yeah, you've got it placed in the wrong place. So when I was measuring, making all the head heights, thank God I was writing some of this stuff on the screen. The head heights going from top to bottom And what's the best way to do this? Let's go into ZBrush. So I'll crack open. I have a Discord channel, Dewey. You haven't been made aware of it because of some of the rules it's shared in that we are only supposed to communicate with students there through official channels. But I gave students there access to my Discord channel over the summer because the students that I was speaking to then were no longer students of mine. They were former students. And there are no rules about communication with former students. And so I cannot give you the link to the Discord. But if you were to come across some other Sheridan students here who broke the rules, they might give you a link. Now see, I got all discombobulated here. What am I doing? Ted, you did a mail, yeah? My brain all afluster. Okay, so here's this dude here, Ted. And I'm going to use him as an example because he's my model, and I don't have to put yours up during the stream here to show you this. But so what I was doing, I'm going to turn off perspective here so we look at him in orthographic. And what I was doing was I went over to the move tool. I turned off the gizmo version of this, and oh, for the love of Jeebus, frame. And so what I had done, there we go. Oh, that's really weird. The zoom is broken when you're in the transpose line. Anyway, what I was doing was I drew a line on the head using the transpose line, and then I went into the preferences, I went into the transpose line units, and I calibrated this to be 1 unit. So that's now 1 head height. And, you know, getting that chin marker really, really accurate is really, really important. I don't, Michael. I haven't done anything like that. I've kind of been just doing a regular classy type stuff, and not anything outside beyond that. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the proportions then. I honestly don't remember. It would have been something, Ted, along the lines of just making sure. So in terms of volume, I made sure that his butt was narrower than his waist, right? There was a couple of shapes that I drew where your character looking top down when I sliced through here was kind of oval. And the shape that you're supposed to have is actually kind of a parallelogram that looks like this, right? With his junk in the front and his butt crack is back here, right? So you get the front of one leg, the front of the other leg, and then as you get towards back here, you can actually see, right? Like this is the head of the great trochanter. This is where your femur is back here. But you can see that his butt is actually kind of tapered in this way, right? Curved around like that. And that's kind of what I was getting at, was that your butt kind of does this kind of thing. If this is, I'm taking a slice through here, right? And so that slice, when viewed from above, looks like this. And then as you move down, right, you're going to see that leg stick out like this, right? And that slice is about here. That's where that leg is nice and round again underneath. But what you had on yours was far more oval in the shape, right? With your butt crack here. And you had your butt kind of taking up the entire width of that character's pelvic region, which just doesn't actually happen. And then when you get into a female character, that parallelogram is really wide. Actually, I think it's a trapezoid, not a parallelogram. But yeah, you get a much wider angle like this, right? As they get those birthing hips going. And then again, you know, this kind of curve through here as the belly is. and then thigh and thigh. And so, yeah, so that's kind of what you get in this cross section. That's the one that's really, really important, is getting that shape, that that trapezoidal shape that you get like this in there. Because again, it's super important to the way that your body is structured. Otherwise, without that, your character starts having this really big booty, which just doesn't, especially once you get to the Marvelous Designer chunk and your there it goes. Especially when you get into Substance Designer or Marvelous Designer, and you're starting to do clothing. If your character's butt, like that whole pelvic region, doesn't have the right shape, you'll never get a pair of pants or shorts or whatever to fit the right way. They'll never look good. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. My wife just told me that my kids... Oh. My kids' teacher just posted pictures of the kids and their first day. My daughter was having panic attacks about going to school today. And so it's nice that they're well, their teacher is actually a quite skilled photographer. You got it, Michael. We'll get some barrels. We'll get some barrels made. You got it, Ted, man. I'm glad that helped. I apologize, man. I had the problem that happened, Ted, with that video, and actually this bit me in the ass for Sheridan as well, because after I did your video, I was like, you know what? I'm sitting at the computer, I'm making videos. I might as well throw together one of the assignments videos for the Sheridan students. And so I recorded a 2-hour video after I did yours. Like a 2-hour video of one of the assignments for Sheridan. And I didn't actually upload it to YouTube, but after you contacted me, it was like, yeah, stupid, turn on your mic, dumbass. I was like, oh no, tell me I didn't do that for both videos. And I went and took a look, and sure enough, no freaking audio anywhere. And so yeah, so what had happened was that I had switched from Streamlabs to OBS to record the video, and OBS didn't have the microphone turned on, and so even though I'd been streaming with Streamlabs, it wasn't there for the other one, and so I was talking the whole time, just apparently to myself. So that happened. I need to see this ear a little bit better. I'm looking at more reference of the ear. Wow. I actually just found a website. Look at this. So these guys actually sell a replica Mandalorian helmet for $700, and this is the most perspective image I've found. I'm just looking at the earpiece here, and I can see there's a slight amount there, but it's far more accurate than anything else I've seen. Oh, let me go back. Look at that bottom angle. Oh yeah, they've just welded it on the front. That's not actually all that accurate. For $700, I expect more. If you look at the actual Mandalorian helmet, there's more of a separation in the Mohawk than they have in theirs. It looks like they're actually using weld marks to get that piece to look right. Anyway, I'm going to use that image to help me with the ear. I'll move this over so I can still keep the chat open and still see you people. Yeah, I'm glad that ended up working. Fabian, say I made a sword. If I make the handle and the blade separately, how do I attach them together? So the easiest way to do that, Fabian, is to just select them and attach them. So you have this option here where you select the object you want to be the main object, so probably the handle. And then you can hit the attach button and click on the blade, and they'll become one object. That being said, they don't actually have to share geometry, right? So I'm making this earpiece, and like nothing is interconnected with the helmet. They're completely separate. And you can do things that way. You can keep them, it's called floating geometry, where you just kind of push things close enough into the right area that they look accurate. And so yeah, you can do that. You can also completely attach them together and weld everything together. So when you look at the helmet I've got here in the Mohawk, like all of these vertices are exactly, you'll see there's a vertex right there. They're all in exactly the same place on the Mohawk and on the helmet. Which means I can actually go and weld those all together, with the exception of this one here, which maybe I want to bring this one up and weld it. Let's go and see. Unhide all. No, I wouldn't be able to do that because it would create a hole in here. But anyway, it's one of those things that you can do that, right? You can go and weld all those things together to create a little bit of a cleaner shape. It really depends on optimization and how clean you want to get some of this stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this shape off the way that I've got it. And then I'm going to use an FFD to try and manipulate the shape a little bit better. And end up with something a little bit closer to the actual helmet. Okay, let's go back to this guy. So I started doing some cuts in here. So this, let's turn this on. Oh. There we are. That's why I had everything hidden. This and this and this. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go through everything in class, my friend. I'm not going to keep anything secret from you folk. Make sure that you guys have all the skill sets you need. Okay. That's kind of good like that. Next is that inner piece, which actually sticks out quite a bit. So this guy, I need to inset one more. Okay, that. Okay, let's see. So I need this and grow. Anakin, hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Okay, so I'm going to inset this as well, or extrude this inwards as well. And I think I'm going to do this. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, that gives me that. And I got to pull it out a little bit further. You've been erased, so... Let's pull this out. It's good, man. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll have a lot of fun. Well, that didn't work. And of course, you're not going to work either. Bugger. Yo. I gotta bring this whole thing down. Okay, we'll come back to that. I want to make this piece. Your name, your face. I'm gonna cut from there to there. You've been erased, so... Yeah, we'll have a lot of fun with them barrels. I like fun. I like having fun. I do. The bitter taste. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom. Let's switch this off. Yeah, it's pretty solid. They've done some really good work in ZBrush to make that tool usable and an adequate replacement for traditional 3D modeling. I still find it easier to do this stuff in Max, however. Part of that is just me, though. It's the amount of time I've spent doing it in Max. You know, I've got a lot of experience in Max. I've been using Max for like 20 years, and so you end up getting accustomed to things. While I have, you know, a lot of ZBrush experience as well, I just I haven't had the time to go in and spend the time required to get good enough at that tool. I definitely want to get there. I would love to. I would love to at some point kill my dependency on 3ds Max completely, and get to a ZBrush alone pipeline. Now that ZBrush has FBX support, there's not a lot of reason for me to do anything inside of Autodesk software professionally. I mean, that being said, I still got to teach it, and you guys still need to know it. But yeah, I would love to be done with the drunken monkeys if I could. I'm just like I said, I'm still so much faster when I do stuff here that there hasn't been a good reason yet for me to go. And eventually, I'll get there. So I'm just going through here and using both the side reference image that I have here inside of the software, as well as the image I'm using. I've got another image of the helmet that I'm using as reference on the other monitor. Yeah, you'll be fine. Again, they're just tools, right? And you can get better at tools the more you use them. And so that's my goal with you guys, is to get you better at the tools. I don't try to get people to be good modelers or good at modeling. My goal is just to have you understand the the principles behind what we do. Why we do what we do is more important to me. Okay, I'm going to delete this polygon. It's going to end up being a gap. This polygon as well. This one can move locally. Down we go. To carry on. Two, four. Life starts now. I do have me a ton of ZBrush experience. ZBrush is my bag, man. That's the software I've spent the most time is in there. If I could teach a single subject permanently from now on, it would definitely be ZBrush. It would be sculpting. It would be character work. That is what I enjoy doing. That is my bag. Okay, that guy's not needed either. Life starts now. So I'm just trying to clean this up a little bit to make it make a little bit more sense topologically. All this hate. That's not too bad. Target build. Let's bring this down. Life starts now. Okay. So far down. Can't really see where that edge goes. I can't imagine it reaches out to here. Oh, it looks like it actually might. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab these two edges, and we're going to snap them without edge constraint here. And I'll do the same thing here. Well, first, we're going to target well. So things, something I could have done in a little bit of a smarter way. It is symmetrical on an angle, so it's symmetrical, but it's leaning over. And I probably should have done the lean at the end. I should have probably modeled it symmetrical and then gone back and leaned it over, which would have given me a much better result in terms of the quality of the model, and it would have sped me up. I'm wasting a lot of time in having to do something to either side of this mesh, which, you know, is what it is. Spilt milk. However, I am getting there. I've got most of this top part done. There's a little vent. Can't really see it in the side or the front images here, but there's a little vent that's buried inside here, which I'm going to make. And it looks like this actually is inset as well. Let's turn that off. And let's go here and here. So I'm going to inset this. And I would love to make those things planar. You're not planar at all, are you? Right here. Make planar. Ah. Are you planar? Oh, you're not bad, actually. Okay. I want to make them planar because they'll look better when they are. How big is that? Oh, really not big. Like here. So I think I'm going to do this here. And then go local. No, local's not going to work. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Okay. We stand shoulder to shoulder. So I'm just going to get rid of that plate in the back. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is get rid of the entire back. And I'll build it again once this whole thing is built. We stand shoulder to shoulder. Trying to make sure I'm not creating butterfly joints, which will break the whole thing. Okay, let's build the vent here. So I'm going to inset this the same amount. We are then going to extrude it a negative amount. I'm then going to inset it again. This is going to be a much smaller amount. Be there. Then we'll extrude this positively. No. Gotta come out. There we go. Okay. Then we inset again. And then we extrude again. Negatively. Okay. That's the side vents. So the last thing I need to do is this little itty bitty hole here. This is where I want to watch out. Oh, what's going on here? That went inside that piece. Let's go in with a edge constraint. Just taper this thing a little bit. I believe in you. Yeah, that's better. Try that again. So it looks like I've got the same issue here. Which is a little bit of a disappointment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bevel this instead in. Get it to the right shape here. Okay, delete that face. Like so. Like so. I should also make sure that I get this in the right area. Okay, and then one little triangle to close up here. And here. Cap those. And there's that piece done. Okay, so I've just got this cutaway to make here. I've already kind of got some of the edges in place. We'll go and line this up. So I'm going to start by bringing these up. Let's turn the edge constraints back on. We'll bring that up. Absolutely, Aniket. Feel absolutely free to ask away. Okay, I dig that. What I need now is to cut there. I get these things to match. So maybe what I'll do is a lot of connection here. Oh, you're uneven at the bottom. Bastard. Crap, that's not gonna work. Okay. Can we slice plane this? Okay, so I feel so alone. There we go. You know what? I haven't actually liked any of the Black Ops games. When it comes to Call of Duty, I've only really liked the Infinity Ward ones. I also don't have a lot of time to sink into a COD. Um, I'd love to. I'd love to have that kind of time, but I just don't. I kind of time right now. I'm tending to play stuff that, I don't know. It's a little out of the loop. The stuff that I'm playing, it allows me to. It's hard to explain. Stuff that I'm not worried about people spoiling. Is one part of it. But yeah, it's a little. I don't play regularly. That is my main issue. And so, yeah, I mean, I see trailers for these games, and I'm impressed. There's some pretty artwork going on and stuff like that. I just don't have time to play them. My time is too valuable to me, and so I cannot. Most of the last few games that I've played, are games that I games that I play 5-10 minutes of to see what they're like. You know, just to see what the peoples are talking about. You know, like, oh, everybody seems to be playing this game. What's this new game all about? What are you people talking about? And I'll go and have a little bit of a look-see, and then I have to move on. I have to go and do something else. Okay, what's the smartest way to do this? Ah, damn it. And so, yeah, I'm just not enough of the, I'd rather be working. I'd rather be making a game than I would be playing one. And so, when I've free time to spend, that tends to be where it goes. You know, I'd rather jump into Unreal and see if I can get, you know, something cool and fun working. Instead of doing anything else. And so, yeah, so there's often something I tell my students when it comes to game dev stuff, which is, if you spend all your time playing games instead of learning how to make them, then you're going to get better at playing games and not better at making them. I play games to see what everybody's doing. You know, I play games to be a part of the conversation. I play games to have intimate knowledge of what studios are doing and what some developers are doing. But in terms of being able to sit down and play an 80-hour game, 90-hour game, I can't do it. You know, I've got too many other things to do. And this is often something I tell my students, right? Because I've always got a lot of students that are like, oh yeah, I'm in, you know, playing in this Overwatch thing, and I can't give it up. It's Overwatch, man. I'm loving Overwatch. It's Overwatch. And it's like, well, you know, do you love Overwatch more than getting a job in the industry? Because if you spend all your time playing Overwatch, you're not going to get better at game development. And the people around you who aren't playing Overwatch are getting better at game development. And so, yeah. And so, yeah, I've always been kind of that route. You know, I love one of the reasons I got into game development in the first place is that I love the process of game development. I love the process of making games. And, you know, if I then just start playing too many games, I'm not actually going to get better. Oh, I actually needed some of that shit. I'm not actually going to get better at the thing I want to get better at doing. And so, for that reason, I don't play too many. Okay. I really fucked up the shape here. So I'm actually having to change the way that I'm modeling in order to get in order to get my symmetry to work. I'm actually having to do things in a very different way that I'm not actually all that comfortable doing. Because this thing is on an angle. Now, let me see if I can rotate this. Is it 2.5 degrees off center? It is. I'm going to reset its pivot point and throw a symmetry on. It's going to break the bottom. Oh, is the end. Yeah, well, that's the idea, right? You only have so many hours in the day, and you can either use them doing something that isn't going to get you somewhere, or you can use them wisely, and you can use them to get better at the thing you want to be doing. I developed that mentality from being older when I learned game development. You know, it was one of the things I went to school for game dev as a mature student, and it was one of those things that, you know, being in a classroom that was full of 20-somethings when I was a 30-something, and seeing them waste their time day in and day out on playing games, while I was like, no, I want to get somewhere with this. And, you know, I worked my arse off to do so. It ended up being that those 20-somethings I went to school with, man, ain't none of them working. And so there's that. You know, to me, that was really important that, you know, I went to school for a reason. I realized how expensive my tuition was, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't throwing this money away. I was, you know, I got into this because I wanted a job. I got into it because I wanted to work in the industry. And I wasn't going to get there by playing games. And I remember one weekend, a bunch of the people that I went to school with, they went into the school on the weekend and had a gaming tournament. They're like, oh, let's all get together and play games. And I was like, well, we have an assignment due that I think I'm going to work on the assignment instead of going in and playing games. And they were like, yeah, but if you don't play games, you're not going to be able to be a part of the industry. And I was like, well, if you don't do the homework, you're not going to fucking pass. And you're not going to be a part of the industry. I said, I can play games in my free time and do my homework when I'm supposed to, and, you know, end up where I want to be. Whereas you guys are just playing games and you're not going to end up doing anything. And that ended up really, and made a rift between me and a lot of the people that I went to school with. Which, you know, rifts aren't good. But at the same time, you know, I didn't want to waste time or money. And yeah, you know, I made sure I made absolute sure that son of a bitch, I done fucked this up. No, I didn't fuck it up. I can do it again. So I've actually got, there's a piece I'm missing, but I just realized that it's, I'm okay. The mistake I made is this. So let me go and delete this. The mistake I made is that this edge should go straight up like that. And so anyway, yeah, it's tons and tons and tons of work to you know, succeed. And a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people don't have that drive, don't have that urge, don't have the ability to do that. And you need that, you know, if you're going to succeed. You need that if you're going to do it. And so that was one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I did have, was, you know, the ability to succeed. And that's done through anyway, that's one of those things that I want to impart onto students is, you know, hard work pays off. You know, that's how you get somewhere, is through hard work. There's that there's an author by the name of Malcolm Gladwell, and he speaks about, in one of his books, he speaks about this rule of the rule of 10,000 hours, that anyone can get good at anything provided they put 10,000 hours in. You know, 10,000 hours is enough time to become the world's greatest hockey player. It's enough time to become, you know, a great pianist. It's enough time to become a great game developer. 10,000 hours seems to be a magical number that you can get good at anything if you put 10,000 hours into it. And he's written a book about this. That is really, it's a fascinating book. But yeah, it's all about, you know, hard work in, hard work out. And if you want to be a game developer, if that's, you know, the thing that pushes you, is to, you know, be a part of that world, be a part of that, to be a part of that community, then you've got to put your 10,000 hours in. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And the sooner you put those 10,000 hours in, the sooner you will get to that point. And that's something that not a lot of people are able to grasp. And it's something that I just truly, firmly believe, that you can do anything provided you put your mind to it, right? And if you want to succeed at anything, then you work at it. And not a lot of people do that. And the gaming industry is also one of those, like, it's a very hard industry to become a part of. You know, there are a lot of people that see this as free money. See it as, you know, oh, I'm just going to become a game developer and that will be my career. without realizing that, any career requires you to have a job, right? You've got to actually get employed first somewhere. And when you look at the number of jobs that exist, it's not so easy to just decide that you're going to become an employee in an industry. You've got to outcompete people who are also out to become a part of that world. Flynn, holy crap. How you doing, brother? It's a name I've not heard or spoken in quite some time. Ladies and gentlemen, Flynn Ringrose. One of my students from, dare I say, 10 years ago? Flynn's one of my first batch. Well, that's exactly it, right? And a lot of these schools don't freaking help that. A lot of these schools make these ads of, do you like to play games? Well, you should then make games. And it's not the same freaking thing, I like to drive to work. I don't want to make a fucking car. Red Meat Games. Halifax, eh? I used to live out there. I went to school out there, actually. High school. Dartmouth. 2013. Holy son of a bitch. 2013. Yeah, so I had you in... Because you were... 2013, you graduated, right? So you were in 2000 in first term? Yeah, Cole Harbor High is my one of the high schools I went to. I say one because I went to like 6 different high schools. Moved around a lot when I was a teenager. I was a very troubled teen. Okay, that's working. Lovely. 2010. Yeah. So, dude, there you go. Right? That would have been 10 years ago. Although I don't think I taught you in first year. Oh, so don't freaking remind me. I hate that guy. I hate him with a passion. Anybody ever talks about Cole Harbor High, and it's always Sid the Kid. I hate that doofus. Okay. I'm digging it. I think I've got this earpiece pretty locked down. I got to put it in the right place still. And I added some thickness to it. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is... Let's see. So the first thing I'm going to do is delete... I shouldn't delete it. I'm going to take these and extrude them. Let's extrude them 0. And move them straight down. So I just want to be able to cut this thing the right way. Because I need to slice it on an angle. And then I can go worry about that other piece. Okie dokie. This has got to slide 2.5 degrees forward. Which works nicely. I've got to pull it out until that lines up. So I'm looking at the right here, because the faceplate actually needs to become this edge here. I also need to make sure that where this is placed, I don't know that that ear is supposed to be completely straight. Oh, that's quite peculiar, actually. If I undo this... Okay, no, it's straight. So I'm just looking for what it does at the back of the helmet. Let's go to the reference here and look at the back 3/4. It's this guy. And it looks like it just actually thickens all the way down. Which means I would just start pulling these geometry, this geo back. Is it all in the right place? Yeah, it looks like it's all in the right place. Sorry, I moved my chat and y'all disappeared. There we go. Pardon me here. Check my email again. Nothing of importance. You guys have gotten awfully quiet. Well, it's 2 o'clock. I've got less than an hour left here before I gotta go get my little ones from school. We'll see how they did. Got a notification from their teacher. We got them in the same class, being that they're twins. We got a notification from their teacher that my daughter has a disposable mask on now, which is not what she was sent to school in. And she has a disposable mask on now because the mask that she has was fogging up her glasses. And so it sounds like we may need to find a new solution. A new solution for her mask and her glasses. Okay, let's unhide all. So I'm not really liking the way that this is lining up here. What I need is for the entirety of the mask to end up in the right place here. Let's switch to local for my rotation. So about there. It's not exact. Let's see if I move it in. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it there, and then I'll just, this entire row of polygons, I can delete now. This. And what I'll do is I'll just bridge right back over where that thing is. And that will then solidify that object. This. Now, it would be nice if this ended up, it's pretty close. I would like an edge to be there. Either this goes down to here, or goes up to there. I think that's going to be closer. Okay. They are now one. I think to make this work, I delete him. Yeah, it just so happens that it's right in the middle. I'm going to try and move this up just a little bit. It's going to make it a little less accurate, but it'll give me cleaner geo. And so I think if anybody's really paying attention, they won't notice. Unless somebody's really paying attention, they won't notice. So I'm going to add a connection here. We'll straighten this. Let's turn this on. Straighten this in front and back. Back here. Turn off the edge. Let's go to the top. This has got to come out. That ended up wrong. I did that all wrong. I need to... Shoot. Got these in the wrong place. They connect out there. Okay. Let's at least delete to there. It should be okay. I think I can move that vertex out again now that it's welded. Yeah, I can see that it's in the wrong place. It should come out here. Again, I'm just trying to look to continue the curve here. And then this should just blend in beautifully into that. All right. This is good. I had no real plans for today. All the way up until I dropped off my children. I had no idea that I would actually start modeling something. And it was just kind of a last-minute thought of, man, I'm going to make something new. And even a laster-minute thought, even later, did I decide that I would stream, that I would be streaming today. And so I'm glad I did. There's been some lovely conversation with you individuals. And been some really nice catching up with people that I haven't seen or spoken to in quite some time, and so that has been fairly nice as well. Yeah, this is going to work really nice. What are these guys doing here? I don't need those. All right. What else have we got going on here? Let's bring these down. I'm just looking to try and make some proper connections here with this. I just noticed how much of a curve is on there. I'll have to check and see with the dome part of the helmet. We'll cap this. Oh, hello. That works lovely. Again, I'm gonna have to bring this back in order to make it meet the helmet again. And then I gotta cut this across here as well. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's go and delete these. Don't need that. And we'll put some... Don't think I actually need to make a cut there, because this is actually going to go up this way. I thought I closed that. So again, I'll have to get rid of the N-gons in there. Stupid thing. Yeah, that's turning out rather lovely, I think. Then it's just a matter of if I want to go and add more connections here. Again, there's a couple of places in the front where I can see those vertices. And so I may want to soften that a little. Some of these little turned edges here. So it's just for my character class this semester, Flynn. No real goal beyond that. This obviously is not part of my class, but I figured I'd make the Mandalorian as the character I do as my demo character. And so I'm making components that I don't have to show in class. And so, like, I'll do the anatomy, and I'll do the clothing, and I'll do that kind of stuff in class. But when it comes to this stuff here, like, it's irrelevant whether or not I show making a helmet. By the time students are in my class, they already have the skill set to do this without needing me. And so, that is why this. No other reason. Yeah, it's getting there. It's definitely got the feel of this object. Go do symmetry here. And again, I've got to close off. I know that there's a hole here where we can see inside this object. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start, once I have the thickness of the mask done, I'll just start bringing these edges back until they intersect with the helmet. That'll give me a closed off shape. And so, yeah. Yeah, that was, well, back then, Flynn, I was actually trying to make a Firefly game. I was trying to get that published. I haven't gone after that kind of stuff in a while now. Okay, let's see. It's perma-broken, Ted. Once you upgrade one of the softwares, the link's gone. I hated that because it always broke for me in class. Because every semester, right, I would upgrade software to work with the students, and it just always broke on me. And so yeah, there is a reset inside of ZBrush, but if you've uninstalled one of, like, so if you have ZBrush installed and you have GoZ installed and running, and you uninstall Max, you've broken the link, and ZBrush can't reset it. The same holds true if you have it running, if you have it running and you uninstall ZBrush or reinstall the latest version. Same deal, right? You end up breaking that link and you can't get it back. And so you're right, Flynn. I avoid using it, and one of the reasons is that what GoZ is actually doing on your computer is probably bad, especially if you're going to be using a lot of ZBrush. There's a folder on your computer somewhere that is chock full of OBJs. Essentially, GoZ exports to an OBJ, and then we'll open Max, and we'll then, you know, bring that file in for you. And so not good. You'll end up with a garbage file that you don't need somewhere on your computer. Which I'm a big fan of, not sacrificing hard drive space for my inability to export. And so yeah, so that's why I don't GoZ. You can see I've got it here. But if I hit edit in ZBrush, Max doesn't know what it's doing. You see that it didn't do anything. Yeah, if you use it a lot, you're gonna find there's a folder on your computer full of OBJs. Let me see if I can find it. It's like in your... Yeah. Okay, hold on. Because it creates temp files. They are in app data. Go to C, users. Here, we'll do this on mine. We'll see how much I have on mine. Because I have used it, right? So you go to C, you go to users, you go to public, you go to Pixelogic. And in here, it's Go ZBrush. And so here are the files. Right now, there's nothing in here. I have one OBJ, and it's a single kilobyte. And so, nothing I need there. Is there quick saves in here too? Max 2021. Yeah, that's just that. But yeah, if you go into the folder in which ZBrush saves its Go Z stuff, you'll find a whole slew of OBJ files that ain't doing nothing but occupying space. And so, might be something to maybe have a peek-see at. I haven't played with it yet, Anaket. I use Marvelous Designer in my workflow, and I have found in the past that when you introduce a new tool, there's often problems. I don't know what ZBrush's cloth stuff is like because I have not played with it. But it's been my experience that the first go at anything is never any good. And so at some point I'll start playing with it. But as I understand it, it's not true physics on it. It's kind of more dragging and making wrinkles than it is preserving shape. And so I don't know. I haven't had the chance to play with it yet. Okay, so let's throw a shell modifier on the face mask now. I just want to see if I can bring the thickness down. I want to get to the point here where that thickness is accurate. Okay, that's probably pretty good. I'm going to convert that to an editable poly. I'm going to delete the one that I don't need. Actually, there's a lot I don't need. So I don't know if I'm actually going to end up putting a face in here. There's definitely something to ponder. Or if I'm going to make the glass opaque. I did like that at points in the show, you could tell that the visor was glass. There were points in the show when you can actually see, not really like whether it was the actor or the stunt guy or anything like that. But there were points in the show when you can actually see the face through it. And that to me, I thought was really cool. And so I don't know if I want to make the glass a separate material that I would then put transparency on. Make it tinted glass, but make it actually look, legit for the show. As a result, I'm going to leave the internal workings of the helmet here, so that there is an inside to the helmet. Whoa, whoa, the Bud Light. Okay, this can go here. Let's get rid of this edge. And we'll just do here to here. And here to here. Okay. The hole. Do a weld real quick. And I actually don't need, once this leaves the shape, I don't actually need this edge any further. So I can close it off like this. This will save me a whack at topology. Okay. We'll take these. Here. There we go. Nice and clean. Yeah, I'm with you, Kingsley. Marvelous is the shit. Marvelous is fantastic software. Okay, so shy of the lens and correcting the gap that exists back here, which is fairly minor. I'm in pretty good shape with this thing. I had thoughts of actually having the topology from the helmet go and match that, but I'll never make it clean. There's no way I'd be able to do that and make it work. And so I'm going to leave the ear as a floating bit. And then yeah, it's just a matter of putting that lens in, which is a fairly simple thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this guy over. And I'm going to grab all of the polygons that make up where the lens is. So these guys on either side. Okay, so that's where the glass is. And that's where it would be affixed. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to detach this. Let's see, detach as a clone. I guess glass. Good enough name. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is start bridging. Starting here. Bridge. Here. Trying to do this in the smartest way possible. Bridge here. I've got to fix. I need 1, 2, 3 splits in here. So let's go to freeform. Modeling. Set flow. And we'll do one more. Flow connect. There we go. Okay, so now I can grab this hole and bridge this hole, and I could have done this with symmetry as well, and bridge. And I need to bridge from here to here. Okay. And I'll put my cuts in. We'll go back to polygons. Get rid of that last one. So there's the visor now. Entirety of the visor. The only thing that I want to do is to add a cut in here. I want to have a little bit of overlap. Go. You know what? I might as well delete half. Let's just do the one side here. Okay. So this will go here. That one I can leave. Actually, we'll bring that one up. And then this one, easy. Easy. Easy does it. This in here. Okay. So I'm just trying to remove anything that is kind of extra. Vertices. We'll do a little cut here. Don't need that guy. Want to keep that. Yeah, delete that. Delete that. And then I'm just going to try and keep a consistent width here. And I can do this with the edge constraints. I'm just going to move these up to try and keep this a little bit more even. Switch this to face. That up. Go back to edge here. There we go. So with this, if I now throw a shell on here, where are you? Alphabet. And I make sure that the shell goes outer, like so. And we this guy. I don't think that's right. I'd have to go back and look at them, but I don't think that's right. It didn't appear in that image. Straight across. Okay, this one has it straight across the bottom. This one has it straight across the top. So, when in doubt, for proper reference. Trying to see one where I can actually see the lens. Where are you? This is the big one. Tools, size, large. I see it there. Can't quite make it out there. Can't make it out there. Oh, there we go. It's at the bottom. which means I should actually make another gap in here. I'm going to extrude these. I'm going to go to the vertices. Snap this one here. Bring all of them together. Like so. And then we're going to extrude the two of these. I don't really care where they go. I'm going to put that there. Like so. And then I'll just cut it straight across. Work. Okay, this is what I'll do instead. I'm going to copy the height of this node. Reset this. I'm going to copy the height of that node. And what I'll do is I'll use a slice plane at that height to slice. Then I can delete this. A little symmetry that. And then we'll just go and soften this shape a little bit. There we go. Okay. Other than just cleaning up that little back patch, we have a helmet. I'm going to go and make a, just for temporary. Let's put this on here. And we'll kill this. It could be darker. So I still have to finish the thickness on the actual helmet itself. I'm going to change this too. I've got some non-planar faces here that I'll fix. But yep, I'm pretty pleased with that. In terms of my starting mesh here that I would need to edit to make high poly. Again, I'm going to close the holes on those gaps there. And then give it the thickness all the way around, and then bring that up and into the helmet. So I need to, I want to do a, close it off on the inside. I don't need to make the ear, so I can actually just kind of, you know, redo the topology from the dome across there, so that the ear doesn't exist in the ear doesn't exist there. But that's cool. Again, I was aiming for 2,000, 2,500. I'm not sure where I am. I ended up at 4,005. So a little denser than I thought it would be. Most of that was because I ended up choosing a 32-sided cylinder to make the ear instead of a 16-sided one, only because I really wanted it to look round. And I thought it was going to need that. And so I'm a little bit over where I wanted to be. Again, there's going to be an interior to this too. But I think in a character, that's going to be, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 polys. That'll work quite nicely. Looking at some of the shapes here, I may give this a ZBrush pass to clean up a little bit. Oh, and I didn't do that little cutaway. I forgot about that. And so I'm still going to add that. But anyway, it is 20 minutes to 3. And so I'm going to call it an end here. Call it a day. As I'm going to go pick up my children from school. I'm going to go meet them at the door and get them home. And so... yeah, I hope this has been fun for you guys to check out and watch, and I'll post some updates here. I'm gonna have some free time to work on this guy during the week when I'm not teaching, and so yeah, so I'll try to make the videos of the progress on this available so that you guys can see that. And yeah, thanks a lot for watching and for being a part of this. For any of you guys that are new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe the video so that it helps me get noticed by other people who are browsing the YouTubes who don't happen to have been students of mine. And so yeah, it's really good for the algorithms if those of you that do know this exists help those that don't know that it exists. And yeah, that's about it. We'll catch you guys next week. And yeah, thanks again for watching. And until then, keep on modeling.